afternoon. Welcome to this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup quarter-final. All Leinster affair. Pembroke obviously playing at home. And they're the hosts to the Premiership leaders and champions, Balbriggan. Well, the first one goes straight through to the keeper. Dot ball.
Anything.
I was happy enough with just the one camera going. I knew you'd be back.
It was that wide.
Yeah. Matthew Boland, it appears to be. Number 74. Bowling from the St John's end. Live score.
Well done, Baldy.
Okay. That's just one.
Only have about 17 things left.
And no swearing on air, please. The other one going through to the keeper. He's generating a good pace here. Boland. Half the first over gone. We will, of course, be keeping up to date with the other quarter-finals being played today. This one goes down the leg side. It's the first wide. One on the board. Say one on the board. Board not quite illuminating yet. Good ball. Gets the batsman spearing at it. Goes through to the keeper. 50 over game here today. It's amazing how well the Leinster teams have done in this competition. I guess one of two that I remember. This one just played away off the face of the bat. And there's one to come because of the wide. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, picture is everything for us. Oh, sounded like an inside edge onto the pads, umpire Willie Clark. Well, his only call is that of over. And that's the first over done, and I'll be back in just 1 second.
Greg? Greg? Come on, Zambi! Come on, Zambo! Energy level from the start from you, Sambo! Demo, nice demo.
1 run off that first over, just the wide, nothing off the bat. What's the bowler's name?
Sammy. Sam Wilson.
Sam Wilson. Left arm over. And from his surname, one would expect that there's some South African there. Loads of it. That's played away nicely through point, and it's going to run away for the first boundary of the day. Well, cracking shot, and it went away at a rate of knots. First boundary of the day. First runs off the bat of the day. And what a way to start. Well, there is cloud cover around. The sun doing its best to break through, and when it does, beautifully warm, but there is a bit of a sea breeze, keeping the temperature down. It will come as no surprise to hear that along the wall is going to be the sun trap of the day, and over at the railway side is going to be the, well, railway temperatures.
Keep working fast, yes, Stampy. Love your work there, boy. Let's stay patient, boy. Let's stay patient. Let's go, Stampy. Once you stay low, yeah, boy.
This one's cut away, comes down to third.
Good, Kenny.
Return back into the keeper, but a single taken. Just rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Well, doesn't appear that live scoring being used by the scorers at the moment. I can't get onto it on my phone. Oh yes, of course.
Now you realise.
Yeah, well that does make it easier. Replay. Sorry, say again. Live.
Come on, Maddie.
Yep.
/play.
Come on, Madza. Come on, Madza. For you, Maddie. For you, Maddie. Come on, Bale. Come on, Bale.
Yes. That looks a bit better.
Baldi.
Well, we now have some statistical basis to our chats today. NV play. providing the online scoring.
Very nice bowler, very nice bowling. Nice catch, buddy. Come on, lads, come on.
This one catching the batsman. Pollard having conceded just that one wide so far. Backed up by his fielders. Nothing from the bat.
Nice, lads. Nice follow.
Matthew Pollard with a run-off of about 20 yards. Generating a good pace, but his main attribute at the moment seems to be the accuracy.
Nice bowling. Beauty bowling.
Well, there's a few people down for the start of this game. Well played out in the offside. Good, solid defensive shot. Pembroke just weathering this early storm. Good bowling from Pollard. He's bowled two now. Samuel Wilson. Will undoubtedly be continuing from the nursery end.
Hi. Dillo. Dil.
Well, got a man on the boundary at third. Wide gully, behind point. And a man in the covers who can only escort that glorious shot to the boundary for second four for the Pembroke side. Cracking shot. Field definitely set for the one running down towards third. The one going across the right-hander. It's also a fine leg. Mid-wicket and a mid-on. Mid-off and extra. That's the fielding side. They can afford to set these fields on the basis of the accuracy of their bowling. So a very good afternoon to the 27 devices out there tuned in at the moment. Thank you very much for your time. Oh, that one's got past the keeper. No bounce through to the keeper. Ran along the ground. And that goes for 4 byes. Score moving on a bit.
Come on, lads.
Question is if you could scroll through that bit on the screen. technical department, just trying to bring you more information. Here we are in the 4th over now. Well, at least we have the score in the corner. Nicely fielded at point, but can't prevent the single. It's amazing how you get so used to cricket clubs that MV play just becomes alien. MV play used in the NCU, the WCU, and by Cricket Island. And this is a Cricket Island event. Bob Kerr, Irish Senior Cup quarter-final. Comes forward, pushes them away on the offside. No run. And that's the end of the 4th over. The score has moved on to 16.
Why I commented as I did when you asked about live scores.
Oh yeah, absolutely. How far through your list of 17 things have you got?
Set up something that would have been better than that for the live score, but
Well, if anybody could make it work, I have no doubt it's you, Noel. 16 for naught then after 4. It's a run rate of 4 and over. What sort of total of Pembroke going to set? No run there. Fielder cuts that one off. Pollard into his 3rd now. Slow, steady start to the day. There is a bit of a breeze out there, but as I say, when the sun is out, lovely and warm, especially along the wall. Oh, I did see one thing cricket related. There was a game played, I suspect in England.
Yes, Balbriggan.
That's played down, slip diving to his right, gets to it, prevents the run. You know, this game in England, Austerlands CC, they scored 237 in 18 overs, which I suppose isn't that exceptional these days. However, their opener scored 182 from 68 balls. Next highest scorer was 22 not out from 21. 237 for 2, and one man scored 182 of those. 55 between the rest. Well, that's not going to be today's game here in Pembroke. with good line and length again.
Yeah.
This is a good start from Pembroke, going along at about 4 and over. There's been 3 boundaries, 2 cracking shots, 1 from each batsman, and 1 4 byes. And 1 that didn't really get up at all once it passed the stumps. Oh, he induces a shot this time. Blade just flashing along. Do we need the weights today? Just tuck the front leg under the table, I'd have said. Well, $16 for naught off 5 now. It's going to go. It's all going to go.
Yeah.
Not going to follow any rules. You guys play what we do what you do best.
How you doing? There you go. Well, came down the track, expansive shot, wasn't there for it. Well, if you are going to fly. Well, another very good ball going across the right hander. Getting line and length just right, having to offer a shot to it. This is a competition that Pembroke won for the first time in 2019, last season before COVID.
Come on, Zambi!
Balbriggan, of course, well, they've the championship, went into the Premiership. Just a very good all-round team at the moment. Another flashing blade.
Good thinking, Vivek.
There's a good battle here between bat and ball. Like the opening rounds of a boxing match. A lot of sparring going on out there at the moment.
Love your work, buddy.
Nice, finish off well, yeah, Vimsy! That's you, Samo, that's you, Samo! I'll put the reach here, Samo!
Come on, yeah, Phyllis. Come on, Phyllis. Yeah, boy.
This time he does get bat, face of the bat to the ball, plays it out in the offside where it's parried. Just be a single. Over bowled, 6 down now. And then you see, well, you will see the score change in front of your eyes on the screen.
That's working at least, is it?
Yes.
Fail with this.
Well, tell you, both batsmen now are on 5. And Pollard has bowled 3 overs. And apart from that wide, he's not conceded a run.
Ryan, go to cover, please. Can you move around a little?
Unsurprisingly,
Tata, Gani.
Yeah.
Tata, in.
he's to continue. He has made a change in the field. He's strengthening that offside.
Leave him there.
He's leaving a lot of room on the leg side. And again, his bowling has proved to be that accurate that he can have this 7-2 field. Seven-two field. Slip, gully, third, behind point, point, front of point, mid off, mid on, fine leg. Nearly inducing the edge. Well, he is bowling very well, is Matthew Pollard, as you would expect. Strike bowler for the Premiership champions. Favourites for the Bob Kerr. Pembroke would realise that they're very much the underdogs here. And there it is, played round to the leg side. It's going to beat the fielder, or is it? Yes, it is, just about by a pace. Clipped away on the leg side, and finally runs come from Pollard from the bat. Lovely fall there. Yeah, it is giving the impression of a Lord's slope of it, isn't it? Camera a little bit askew. We hope it's not spoiling your enjoyment of this lovely day, a lovely day's cricket. JJ Garth, it is. He's moved on to 10. Dare Mid Tucker. He's on 5. It's not so much what they're on, it's that they're both still out there. Balbriggan did win the toss this morning, and they've stuck Pembroke in. I think they were hoping that with the tide being in and a bit of cloud around and a bit of a breeze,
Very nice ball, Z. Very nice ball,
but would perhaps offer their bowlers something. And generally during the day, it gets easier and easier to bat on. Over up. 21 for none off 7. Pembroke will be reasonably happy at this stage. 7 overs gone.
Come on, Sampi. There's it.
Keep working fast here, Fancy. Stay patient, man.
So Samuel wheels out to continue from the nursery end,
Nice,
making the
Tempe.
batsman play.
Come on, Tempo, come on, Tempo. Very nice bowling, Tempo.
It's all very well,
For you, Tempe.
just bowling his stock balls, and that's what they need to remember, Balbriggan. If they start going searching for wickets now, you're going to find that they have a bit of difficulty. Oh, that's clipped away down to third. Dara is the fielder. He gets it back in. Just a single taken.
Good, Vance. That's a win for us, Vance.
Nice, Sam, nice,
Okay.
Sam.
It's there if you want it. Do you want it now?
Sammy, come on, boy. Let's go, Vance. Antique.
Well, bowler pulling up in his run out. That'll be a dead ball. There's a few people on the ground taking advantage of the fine weather. Some sat down intently watching the cricket. Some going for walks. Some chatting amongst themselves, and some even doing the score. Give us a wave, scorers. Scorers, scorers, give us a wave. Short, and again, played down towards third. It will just be a single.
And release, Kenny.
All right then. You happy enough?
India. Come on, Tempe.
Fielder standing right next to Hamish and Dougal, our ground mics. So you will get the occasional very, very loud claps and cheers for the Balbriggan team.
Vivek.
Just turn those mics down, I think. Stops you, our viewers, being assailed by very loud volume. You feel the bowler going into his fourth over now, that he's finishing in fourth over. He's starting to strive to take wickets. Before, just seemed a bit more relaxed and just trying to keep the runs down, probing. But now seems to have just taken it that little bit further. You sense that Balbriggan would like to take a wicket, an early wicket. 8 overs gone now. Very steady start from Pembroke here. Nothing major needed at this stage. It's all about establishing a partnership. And going into the last overs with, well, with more wickets in hand. That's a bit close to the rope, isn't it, Niall?
Nice ball, go.
Pollard continuing then from the St John's end. Just played out on the leg side. They are still persisting with this 7-2 field, and that means that anything dropped on the leg side pretty much is a single, just like that. Pembroke players are very aware of that and good reading of the game. Rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. These two doing a very good job. As usual, anyone wants to get in touch, do it via the wonders of Elon Musk's Twitter. Just include the @Pembroke
Nice ball, Z.
CC and @Craig PCC. Or of course, send me a WhatsApp, and if you're in my phone book, it'll turn up. A number of times I find myself ducking because of these just flown past the ground mics. So Pollard leading this Balbriggan attack very well. Oh, he's induced the outside edge of the bat. It flies away and goes for another boundary. Well, that was one that was there for both teams, really. It was in the air. There was a despairing cry of catch, but it was never within the fielder's sphere of influence. And once it hit the ground, it just ran away. The outfield here getting faster and faster during the season. Grass nicely shorn. Great job again by Dale and his crew. This time just played back to the bowler. You could tell he wasn't overly keen on being hit for a 4. However, that's the end of the 9th over. The score has moved on to 28 for the loss of no wicket. And the Pembroke sideline, well, they're going to be delighted with this. Captain and team all sat together. Little bit of wave in the camera at the moment. That's due to the fact that our technical director, producer, is currently going over to try and eliminate that slope that you're getting on your screens. I can assure you Pembroke does not slope like that off to the right. If it did, it would suit this left arm over bowling perfectly. Nicely played down to third. Nice controlled shot. Take the single.
Yes, delay ball. Come on, Sampy. Come on, Sampy. Come on, Sampy.
Kaneem Dara encouraging his teammates, that's for sure. Slower ball, just played out on the offside through the covers. The boundary rider will get there. He'll keep it to a single. But nicely played, nicely fielded. Never more than 2 there. As I say, if you don't wish to get in touch via Twitter, feel free to do so on WhatsApp. 086 156 4442. Played away on the offside. There is a fielder there, but he's quite deep. One suspects on the edge of the ring and lets them get through for the single. More rotation of the strike. Question now, of course, for Greg Ford, the Balbriggan captain, is how long he keeps these two on for. Pollard has now used 5 of his allocation of 10. And this is Samuel Williams, 5th as well. Nicely played away again. Another single taken to the boundary rider. A little less urgency in the fielding this time. Gentle single taken.
Keep working for us, yeah.
Still plenty of encouragement amongst the Balbriggan fielders. This one again played down towards third, this time the other side of gully. And again, just a single, well fielded by Dara. So, 10 overs gone. The score has moved on to 32. But most importantly, from a Pembroke point of view, for the loss of no wickets, I see the Pembroke batsman sneaking a look at the scoreboard, but in reality, well, in reality, what's on the scoreboard doesn't matter. It's how they're feeling out in the middle. Pollard to continue for his 6th over. It's Ford still searching for this first wicket. And this is developing into a potential for a cracking game of cricket. This one comes off the gloves. It's going to run away to the boundary, and it gets there. Well, that's a fortunate 4. However, I don't think the Pembroke batsman will worry about how he got there. Came off the gloves, went down, and at that stage, too big a deflection for the wicketkeeper to deal with, and ran away to the boundary. Well, nicely played away on the offside. That delivery seemed to come from one where the bowler was slightly overstriding. You heard the grunt of effort. There it goes. Beautifully done. Oh, oh, wow.
You
Oh.
weren't paying attention the other night when I was doing it.
No, I was not. This one comes out the leg side, but the field has changed now. It's gone from 7-2 to 6-3. Well, that is what I call a replay machine. And I thought you were going to be mixing tracks and stuff. And how much did this bit of equipment cost you? Well, while we've been talking about technical stuff, Pembroke batsman keeping out a few more deliveries. Well, having got through the first 10 overs without losing a wicket, Pembroke will be delighted. Scoring rate can be picked up later on in an innings. Wickets can't be regained. This one hit just to the left of the fielder. However, somebody covering prevents any more than a single. That's the end of Pollard's 6th. And hasn't he bowled well for his team? Two maidens, 0 for 14 off his 6 overs so far. Now seems to be some discussion amongst the, what I can only assume is the Balbriggan Brains Trust. And it looks like we're going to see our first change of bowling. So, change of bowling now at the nursery end. Samuel Wills out. Willems, 0 for 19 from his 5 overs. He's now going to face left arm spin, or spin anyway. Right arm over off spin perhaps. Super length first delivery, first one up. Just catching the bottom of the bat. 38 for naught now, into the 12th over. Comes down the track. Solid base, pushes it out on the offside. Dylan Lewis it is who's come on from the nursery end. This time just played back to the bowler, gets through his hands, but he's got plenty of cover. He's getting through this over quickly. Just the one from it so far. Bit more bat in that one. Plays it down through mid-on. End of the over, 2 runs from it. Well, more discussion happening now, and it's a double change of bowling. Pollard with 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 15, and that's a fine bowling spell from him. As soon as we get news of who the new bowler is, of course, we shall bring it to you. Jonathan Garth now, 21 from 39, and dear mid Tucker, 34. Balls faced, and 13 runs conceded. Oh my word. Moving at the sight screen, not helping us here at all. I'll have to watch a couple of balls now. Left arm over. Kashif Ali bowling now from the St John's end. Inducing a shot, flying past the edge through to the wicket-keeper. Now with this change of bowling, well, Pembroke openers will now feel that, well, we've seen off the openers. (11 of their 20 overs now bowled. 6 for Pollard. Five for his opening partner. Changing the field. Strengthening that offside behind square cordon. Again, he's going across the right-hander, so that's where he's looking for the protection. This one goes wide. Umpire Willie Clark signals it as such. That will take the score on to 41. Well, it's been 4 years now since Pembroke won this competition. They did hold on to it for 3 of those years. More to do with the pandemic that was COVID. Ali and his captain, Ford, will be delighted with this start. Oh, we're getting plenty of encouragement. Yeah. Pollard was classic right arm over, good line and length, sort of Neil Foster, Glenn McGrath accuracy. Ali definitely striving for maximum pace. Gets through his first over, he'll be pleased. His captain will be pleased. And the score has moved on to 41 for the loss of no wickets. Dermot Tucker, 39 balls for his 13, and JJ Garth, 30 balls for his 21. The last 5 overs have seen 18 runs scored, 3.5. Current run rate, 3.15. All thanks to the wonders of NV play. You'll be unsurprised to hear this is the largest partnership of the game. Again, just played up to mid-on where the bowler does his own fielding, or his own run prevention anyway. Didn't lose beginning his second over. It's played away on the leg side, it's a late call. Safely home. Another run for the total. Pembroke's half century approaching ever quicker. Afternoon. Lou's continuing from the nursery end, but now coming around the wicket. then, Thomas. He's bowling very well here. He's offering opportunities to the batsman. Most of them are opportunities for him to get out. We just call him DJ Nile now. But he runs the replays at whatever speed he wants, so he can stop it mid-replay now. You all right? Another over gone, 14 gone now. As NV Play catches up on your screen to actual live action. It just refreshes slowly. It's not as instantaneous as Crickleps. Great shame that they didn't bowl the left armour from the other end, really, isn't it? Ali into his second over now. Left arm over with a little bit of pace. Striving for that extra pace and looking for the run out with the deflection.
Very nice catch, good thinking Casho. Very nice Casho. Bowling the challenge, buddy. I know we can go a bit defensive. Stop the one. He has that data, man.
Oh, he gets an inside edge, it flies away to fine leg, could have gone anywhere. Well, it's a couple of bits of little luck for Pembroke so far. They got that 4 past the keeper with the one that was gloved down. And now an inside edge. Lovely day for batting though. It's in the air, it clears the ring, it will go out to the boundary rider, just be a single. But again, inducing the shot through the air. Was it a calculated shot to clear the ring? Or a false shot that could have gone to a fielder? As it is, another single for Pembroke. This one played nicely into the leg side. It will just be a jogged single as the boundary rider comes in.
Very nice, Casho. Very nice, Casho. Same areas.
Another inside edge. Tucker taking advantage, thinking about the second, decides against it. And that concludes the 15th over. Pembroke going along at a run rate of 3 and over. 45 off 15 now. .46 off 15. Dylan Lewis now from the nursery end. He's going back around the wicket to the right-hander. Sight screen being moved. Changing the field as well.
Well, now side street cameras from the outset.
Yeah. Well, Lou's tossing it up. The batsman looking for cow corner. Jammed between bat and pad. A mini victory to the bowler. Now Tucker looking to be aggressive. And again, just not committing to the shot, keeping it short of the fielder. Well, this time just going down the pitch and patting it back. This time sends it long to cow corner, where it's fielded just for a single. The risk return there is getting quite high. Fielder down at long on. And the fielder in the circle there. Those are the two men that Lewis is hoping to bring into the game. So far it's working for him. Just moving fine leg finer. Still inside the ring. Looking to just paddle it round. Lewis thought that he was in danger of losing his leg stump to that delivery. Ends the over. Score 47 for none. As umpire Willie Clark takes his side, takes his end. And the other umpire, Son. He goes out square leg. Ali to continue then. Lewis has bowled 3 overs now. He's doing a fine job for a skipper. Just 4 runs conceded now from 3 overs from Lewis. Ali gets the outside edge of the bat, play down to third, and they're calling for a second, and they get the second. That's better running from Pembroke. Those are the sort of runs they need to start thinking about. These two now, of course, have put on 49.
Good edges for us, Cash. Good edges for us. Good edges for us, Cash. Well done, Cashy. Nice bowling, Cashy. Almost there, buddy. Almost there.
Pembroke just on the verge of notching up their first 50.
Are you, Cashy? Bada pass tha. Very nice, Cash.
Ali, who's been quite impressive from this St John's end since he came on. angling the ball across the right-handers.
Well done, Kashi. Well done, Kashi.
You can see the two fielders where you can't from this camera.
Come on, Kashi. Outstanding, Kashi.
There's plenty of protection behind square on the offside. There's one of them down on the boundary. Prevents it being more than a single.
Outstanding, Kashi. Outstanding, Kashi. Nice, nice.
And that brings up the 50 for Pembroke, the 50 partnership for Garth and Tucker.
Oh, you, Kashi.
And it's taken
Nice, Kashi, lad. It's a good ball.
99 deliveries. Oh, they've gone big on the offside. The fielder sets himself. And he's put it down. First real chance for Balbriggan. The fielder on the fence. He got himself set. And thought he had it and thought he regained it. And then, unfortunately for him, it just slipped from his fingers and went down. Ali misses out. Pembroke pick up a couple of runs. And of that 50 partnership, Garth got 24, Tucker 19. There it is, goes big. The fielder is out there. Had it, didn't, did, didn't. Oh, disappointing for the fielder. Heartbreaking for the bowler. And relief for the batsman. Well, Pembroke seem to, since they've reached that half century now, taken a slightly different approach. And they now move on to 53 without loss after 17 overs. Two players now, batsman in the middle. They're looking over at the scoreboard, waiting to see what's going to be put up to them next. As it changes in the field, it looks like it will be the same again. Dylan Lewis to continue. Indeed it is. This will be his fourth. Well, the Pembroke batsmen certainly showed more intent against Ali in the last over than they had previously. Will it be the same now, facing the spin of Dylan Lewis?
Were you over in Lords, Pete?
Yeah, day one and day two.
First time I've ever been.
Let people stay quiet when they're right beside them and then say something.
Yep, that's what happened here. Aggression just beats the fielder. My goodness, if that fielder was a couple of inches taller, he might have got to that. Farouk Nazar threw up the hopeful hand. It wasn't enough, and it's 4 through. Extra cover for Garth. That could so easily have gone to hand, and it could be that both batsmen now have decided it's time to accelerate somewhat. This one just slapped out onto the offside. Dara gets to it, manages to stop it. Saves a couple of runs. It does seem that having reached the 50 partnership, these two now are more than happy to be a bit more aggressive and take on the bowling. Played away on the offside, finds the gap in the ring. Just be a single. Pembroke definitely looking for more runs now. That's the end of that over. The score moves on to 60 after 18. Just the despairing hand goes up. The ball races to the boundary. Tucker now has moved on to 21 and Garth 33. Whilst neither strike rate at the moment setting the world on fire. I can't emphasise enough the importance of keeping wickets for later in the innings. And these two are definitely laying a good solid foundation for the Pembroke total. We've yet to see the fifth bowler from the Balbriggan side. Well, they say don't run on a misfield. That was nearly exactly why don't run on a misfield. But they got through safely for the single. After this over, of course, just 6 more till drinks. I wonder if anybody up near the clubhouse has arranged for drinks to be ready. Again, played away nicely on the offside. The fielder at point does the fielding.
Oh you catch, very nice.
A few clouds around, but enough blue sky. Keep everybody nice and toasty. This one deflects off the bowler. In fact, it probably cost him a run. Without that, it would have run straight to the fielder, Dara. As it was, Dara had to make the adjustment, pick it up.
Come on, lad.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Nicely played away through the offside, beats the fielders in the ring, goes out to the boundary just for a single. Well, at the moment, I'd say there's more of you online watching this game being streamed. Pembroke Live's channel on YouTube, which obviously you know if you're one of those streaming, than there are spectators. This one coming back into the batsman, it brings the first real appeal of the innings. Winnie Clark ignores it, says over. The score 64 for the loss of no wickets after 19 overs. Well, there seem to be more chances coming. You get the sense that a wicket is on its way, but you also get the sense that should they decide to stay there, the Pembroke batsman could dig in. But as they search for runs, they're going to open up opportunities for Balbriggan. Change of bowling now at the nursery end. Dylan Lewis, well, he finishes with 0 for 12 off 4. And coming on next will be Farouk Nazar. Farouk Nazar bowling from the nursery end. 5th bowler used today. More spin now. Very full in length, just push back down the ground, they take the single. Now we know that JJ Garth is in good form. He had that weekend against Cork County a couple of weeks ago. Nearly 300 runs scored in 2 innings. 156 and 136. Well, the Cork bowlers must have seen enough of Jonathan Garth for quite a while. Well, the fielder was changing his position. He was anticipating the straighter hit. Instead, it came off the inside edge of the bat and went to his right. Played back to the bowler. No run there. Lost your mum already, yeah? Attempted to cut that one. Missed it, thudded through to the keeper. This time strays onto the legs. It's pulled out to square leg. There is a fielder out there. It will just be a single. And that's the end of the 20th over. The score has moved on to 68 for the loss of no wickets. Well, 5 overs to drinks. Get yourself a coffee, are you? Ali continuing then. Batsman looking to get something on that. Ali's 5th over now. Nicely played out to the leg side. There should be 2 here now. There are only 3 fielders on the leg side. They've got a lot of ground to cover, and it allows the 2 Pembroke bats to scurry up and down and pick up 2 more for the total. And the score moves on to 69. Good morning, James.
Come on, lads!
Nicely played away. Will only be a single. The fielder out there. Another good shot, show of intent. Another run for the total. You just sense that Pembroke's starting to pick the rate up now. Not only that, they're keeping Balbriggan out in the sun. This one's short, let go through to the keeper, who just manages to get enough body behind it to prevent anything else. Well run, well called. Trust between these two now. Just a reminder that Balbriggan did win the toss. They inserted Pembroke. They would have been looking for early wickets in the power play. Here we are into the 21st over now. Still no wickets down, 71 runs on the board. Played in the air. Dara, the fielder, failed to take it cleanly on the first attempt. That's the end of the over. Score moves on to 73. Garth has moved on to 39. Tucker on 26. Last 5 overs now, 25 for no wickets. Overall run rate now of 3.5, and 29 overs remaining now. 4 overs till drinks. Fruit Nazar continuing from the nursery end as the dart hones into view. Well, that doesn't look like one that's going to be stopping by the ground. Good line and length. Forcing the batsman back, digging it out. That was certainly met with a straight bat. This time just tucked away off the hips, down towards square leg umpire. Fielder comes round, keeps it to a single. Played up to long on, another single taken. No real fireworks yet from the Pembroke batsman. The Balbriggan bowlers have done very well, bowling very tightly. That's a perfect example to end the 22nd over with the score on 75. So, partnership of 75 off 132 balls, 27 for Tucker, 41 for Garth.
Come on, Gashman.
It looks like Ali to continue for his 6th over. Three overs now until drinks. Tucker shot of intent.
That boy, come on boys, very well done.
Plenty of encouragement still in the Balbriggan field. Going past the edge of the bat on this occasion. The attempted back foot push into the offside.
Keep bowling, Kashi boy, keep bowling.
Yeah. Either side really taking an advantage, but Pembroke with no wickets lost. Is it better than 50-50? I think so. It's too early to make a call on the game, obviously, but Pembroke, well, you won't win it the first 25 overs, but you certainly could lose it. Ali now pushing another one past the right-hander. He tries to guide it third, but it goes to that. Well, one of my colleagues here in Pembroke Cricket Club described a fielding position the other day as deep gully. Although he may not have been aware of just how accurate that was. Oh, another inside edge. This one scoots along the ground. The keeper does very well to keep it out. That's the end of the 23rd over. The score has moved on to 76 without loss. And this game, again, to state that you very rarely win a game in the first 20 overs, but distinct possibility you could lose it, and Pembroke haven't done that. So both sides, I think, will be equally pleased at the moment. Balbriggan, certainly with the amount of runs conceded, they'll be feeling that no matter what Pembroke posts, they'll be able to chase it down. Oh, this one comes off the edge of the bat. Tucker getting one off the edge. It went, well, past the keeper and then past the fielder. Fielding at, I don't know, what is it, fly slip? Andrew Durrock, that was. What he could do was deflect it. 2 runs were taken. This one here, well, that has just flown away. No contact with the bat, I'm sure. That's what the umpire thinks anyway. He signals it as byes as it came off the keeper's foot and shot away. Pembroke took the single. Once again, trying to play that late cut. Aiming through point. There is a fielder through the covers on the boundary. Tries to play in the faster ball. Played away on the offside, and they get through for a quick single. That brings 80 onto the board. Again, played to the same field up, same result. Another single. And that one reaches the boundary. 4 more onto the total. End of the over. The score moves on to 85 for the loss of no wickets, and that's a good over for Pembroke. And then the last over before drinks.
Heads up, lads, heads up.
Ali bowling like it's his first, coming in with great hustle, bustle. Played away on the offside. This time finding the fielder immediately on the offside, shuts down any chance of a run there. Do I want anything? I don't think so. I think I'm okay. Oh, what a catch. What a super catch. He's gone up one-handed. And it's stuck in that hand. And that's beautiful catch. And that finally breaks the partnership with the score on 85. 85, and it's Tucker that departs. Well, that was a fine, fine catch, and that will be drinks. Well, it was just played up in the air. He went up with just the one hand, and it stuck there. And it was a super catch, and it sees the fall of the first wicket for Pembroke. The score on 51. And here it is now. Full swing of the bat. Didn't go quite where I wanted it to. And that's the batsman's reaction. Played away, shoots across, and there it is. The moment he's a good 6 inches off the ground. That's a bit unfair, a bit higher than that, but it was a super catch. First wicket down, and that's drinks. Well, the players have returned to the middle from their drinks break. Dermot Tucker has returned to the pavilion, and his place in the middle has been taken by Nick Stapleton. Nick Stapleton, the Pembroke pro, facing his first delivery. Well, that's a good first partnership for Pembroke. 85. Contained 3 overs that went for 8 or more. But by and large, it was a very steady building partnership, and they did a super job there. Ali now just finishing off his 7th over. So, after 25 overs, 85 for 1. Well, Balbriggan would be delighted at making the breakthrough there. Cameraman and director currently off getting his caffeine. He'll be back in a few minutes with a cup of coffee. And in the meantime, from the nursery end, Farouk Nazar will continue. This will be his 4th over. No single taken there. Stapleton very quick in his refusal of any offer of a run. Garth now has moved on to 46. And very quickly goes to 50. Well, as I mentioned, he's in rich form at the moment. I think there must be a couple of scorecards missing. Well, wonderful half century for JJ Garth. Took him 78 balls, contained 6 fours. Crack that one back to the boundary. A fitting way to bring up his half century. Takes one to the fielder in the ring. Fields it on the carpet that is the senior mat. Now Stapleton to face his first delivery from Farouk Nazar. Stapleton, of course, took that 8 for 8 against Terranier earlier in the season. And he gets off the mark just by running that one down to short third. Advantage for Stapleton at the moment is his only intention will be to get Garth on strike. play himself in. And that's the end of the 26th over, and the score has moved on to 91 for 1. So after that solid start, it'll be interesting to see Pembroke's approach over the next 5-10 overs. And we hope you'll stay with us to watch those. And in fact, many more to come. A few fluffy clouds up there. The wind is definitely coming from the southeast. And in off the sea, off the south ball. Ali continuing. This is his 8th over now. He's bowled very well for his skipper, for his team. 1 for 20. Single taken. You can walk in front. That camera's not on because Niall's not here. Hello. No, I'd rather be in the heat. But it keeps the glare off the screens. And that one's just taken off the outside edge of the bat, runs down to third. There is a fielder there. It will just be a single for Garth. 26.5 overs gone now. An over. The end of Ali's over. Farouk Nazar's over, and now back into Ali's over. Definitely no run there. Oh, that's very careless from Greg Ford. Overthrow taken. Sure, I live with the commentator's curse. Happens so often. No, I'm grand. Some jelly babies for later on. Probably go and grab a bar of chocolate as well. Good healthy eating in the commentator's box. Thank you very much, Barbara. Well, Ali spectacularly saving the single there off his own bowling. Now have the current run rate just over 3.5. Definitely intent to just lift that scoring rate a little bit. How many is going to be a good score of 50 overs? Well, they ask for 2. They're going to take 2, and they get there for 2. That's well run by Pembroke. That's the sort of intent that they need now. That takes them on to 96 for 1 from 27 overs. Ali just 2 overs remaining in his allocation. But it looks like the skipper's going to bowl him through. And it's Farouk Nazar now to continue from the nursery end. Big boundaries here today at Pembroke. I'd suggest even bigger than when the interprovincials were played here. Goes onto the back foot, plays it away on the leg side. They look for 1. They're going for 2. Stapleton calls for the second. It's to his end. He makes it safely. Judged it very well there. Another 2 to Pembroke. Played away to the fielder. Nicely done. Fifth over for Farouk Nazar. Oh, this one pushed through a bit. And again, it's that attempted sort of just push shot and pushing the bat at the ball. Comes down the track, pushes it out in the offside to the man on the ring. Another single. 2 balls remaining in the over. Runs it down to third. Playing the correct shot for that delivery. Takes a single. And that's 100 up for Pembroke. Splattering of applause from the clubhouse, from the Pembroke team. A few spectators down now, but still, I say, the streaming figure higher than the spectator figure. So with 100 on the board, 28 overs are up. And again, the 2 batsmen in the middle taking a look at the scoreboard before deciding on their strategy. I can't see there being a major change in strategy just yet. They're just pushing it around, taking the runs they're offered. Slowly but surely, moving that run rate up. So Ali to continue. This will be his 9th and penultimate over. Can't see that his captain's going to keep one up his sleeve. He's done a super job for Balbriggan. He's taken the 1 wicket to full so far. This time his run-up isn't quite right. It's a dead ball. Well, he's gone after that one. It lands 1 bounce, 4. It's gone a long way. It's a nice shot. Well, Ali this time just a bit full and outside the off stump. Garth was onto that very quickly. Punches it away for 4. This time played away on the leg side. Surely there's going to be 2 there. They run the first one quickly enough, enables them just to jog in for the second. Well, there's the 4. Holds the pose. Just the 1 bounce into the fence. This time Garth reaches for it, outside off, finds the boundary rider, just be a single. But he's definitely looking to score with each shot. Now his intention is runs rather than survival. Seeing the ball well now, half century under his belt. Another well-taken single, just dropped into the offside. Beautifully taken.
Sit, 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 sit.
Starting to reach the interesting stage of this innings now. Again, pushed into the leg side. Are they going to take the second? They are. They're looking for it. The boundary rider calls for it, but wasn't going to make it in time. Another 2 onto the total. And there's definite intent here in this, the 29th over. Isn't there meant to be a bottle of wine taped to the back of it? Well, with the continuation of the nice weather, more and more people making their way down here.
Sorry, what's the score?
Well, big swing of the bat, nowhere near where the batsman intended it to go, but it is another single. It is the end of Ali's 9th over. The score now has moved on to Nelson off 29. And that was a very successful over for Pembroke. 10 coming from it. For Nazar now. He's going to bowl his 6th. Still, this game, well, the pendulum, I would say, isn't moving at all. It's stuck down at 6 o'clock. No advantage to either side as yet. .21 overs remaining now. And 1-1-1 for 1. Well, they thought of the short, quick one then. Decided against it, and perhaps wisely. This one bouncing up on Garth. Did well just to keep it out and push it down on the leg side. Pushed straight out to the fielder, Captain Greg Ford. Despite all the fluffy clouds around, it's still quite clear here at Pembroke. Nelson is passed without further concern. Well, that came right off the edge of Stapleton's bat. It ran straight down to Andrew Durrett at this fly slip position. Wisely decided against a run there. He'd hoped to have got more on it and put it a bit wider. Well, this time he did go a bit wider. Ali got a hand to it, kept it to a single. That's the end of Farouk's 6th over. The score has moved on to 1-1-3 for 1. You know, if you get the medium cup and press the large button, only slightly. Everyone watching in South Africa will hear your conversation. Carved away and finally beating the man at point, and it runs away for a boundary. And that's just what Pembroke wanted to see. It's a change of bowling, actually. Maybe I miscounted Ali's overs. But Stapleton will certainly feel a lot better, having cracked one through. Well, this is his 10th. It wasn't a change of bowling as I suggested. At this stage, the Pembroke players are targeting him, and that's another 4 behind square on the leg side, and first 4th round of applause. That's 2 4s off his final over, and this is doing a great disservice to his figures. He's bowled very well, however, bowling 10 in a row, it's tough, and especially when one batsman is well set and the other one is keen to make an impression, and he's certainly doing that at the moment. A few people sitting down in the Cons Nook now. Well, Pembroke have already hit 2 boundaries in this over. They need to take on every ball. If it's play it on its merits. If it's a good ball, keep it out. If it's not, these batsmen now feel they have the freedom to play more as they want to, and less like they have to. Another well taken single. Good stuff from Pembroke. This has been a fine spell by Ali. As I say, his figures suffering a bit in this over. To bowl 10 overs on the gut trot, well, something you get a greater appreciation of the older you get. This one's just paddled around to the leg side. They go for another 2, they get another 2. Another round of applause from Pembroke and from the crowd in front of the pavilion. I'd wait and see who they bring on.
Let's go, laddie. Let's go, yeah, boy.
This one hit along the ground. There is a fielder out there. And that's the end of his spell, and that's a super spell. 1 for 48. 1 maiden. 1 for 48. And that's Kasif Ali's bowling done for the day. His captain will be delighted, his teammates also. And again, without those 11 runs in that final over, those figures would have been even more impressive. Garth now has moved on to 68. Stapleton very quickly has whipped on to 17. It looks like a change of bowling at the far end. Turning to the left arm over bowling of Samuel Wilhelms. Well bowled. Nicely tucked away. Takes Gartham to 69. Afternoon, James. Well, a nice landmark for us here. Broadcasting due out there. 50 devices. Oh, now gone back down to 49. But 50 devices were tuned in for this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup quarter-final between the Championship leaders Pembroke and the Premiership leaders Balbriggan. Last year, well, was the most competitive Premier League. Division 1, whatever you want to call it. Most competitive one in years. Balbriggan it was who came out on top. But by golly, one more win for Pembroke would have changed relegation into 3rd place. This time, he tries to go short. Just a single. It's hit too well out to the boundary rider. One more onto the score. Breeze mainly seems to be coming from the beach now, via Railway Union, Park Avenue. Just dropped down to 3rd. Ali will do the fielding. They're going to take on his arm. It's gone to the other end. Stapleton gets back safely. A little bit of anxiety, asking for a bit more communication. That's the secret to good running, is communication. Well, it's getting a bit more frantic out there now. Running these singles and these twos, taking every run they can, and you can see it's taking its toll. Energy levels dropping now. Nice delivery, but it's just played out to the fielder on the ring. They take the single. Attempted throw down the stumps. Well backed up by the captain. The Balbriggan captain holds on to the ball at the end of the over. Okay. So 130 for one now, off 32. Run rate has gone above 4, only just, but it is moving in the right direction as far as Pembroke are concerned. Sun has temporarily vacated the area, hiding behind a fluffy cloud or two as we approach the summer equinox. One of you is getting your steps in anyway. Now, Dylan Lewis it is, who returns at the St John's end. Started his spell at the other end. This one played out on the offside.
Lads.
Just asking for the sight screen to be moved at the very time our technical director, Noel Walsh, is readjusting the picture. Drops onto the leg side, quick single taken, no problem there.
That's the life now on, isn't it? That's the life.
It's chipped up to mid-wicket and Stapleton departs. Just an easy push into the onside and he's lifted it straight to the fielder. Well, that's not ideal for Stapleton. He's gone for 20. And that's Dylan loses first wicket. And just the second wicket down with the score on 133. And that's a shame because that's a 48 partnership. No, sorry, a wicket fell, so I got caught up doing.
Never pressed. Yeah, no, it'll be there for a while.
So Balbriggan make a breakthrough. The score 133 for 2 now. And that is a fine wicket. JJ Garth remains unbeaten. He's moved on to 74 now. And the new batsman to the middle, well, it could be anyone really. Let's see if we can find out now. Well, that partnership came at a runner ball before Lewis picked up his first wicket and Balbriggan second.
At least it was straight to camera.
It was. It flicked right up to the right player. Stapleton, 20 off 24 balls. New batsman to the middle now. Looks very like Theo Lawson to me. And the single taken off the first ball faced suggests that is the case. Yeah, that's not going to happen, lads.
Can't now.
Well, they're going to move the sight screen again now. Niall, you need to do a lot of work on that now. Well, that's just sloppy. Moving the sight screen with no account taken of the wires or the equipment hanging on it. Just push it over, see what happens. And unfortunately, I've run over a wire. And look what they've done to your picture. Well, the match will continue. And we'll switch to the subsidiary camera until such time as Niall gets that one fixed up.
Yeah, he's staying at the minute.
And it's Lewis continuing. Second over of his second spell. His first spell of 4 overs. Went for 12 runs. He's now come back at the different end. He's the bowler who's switching ends today. Just runs off the face of the bat past the wicket-keeper, and I'll be very surprised if anything stops that before it hits the rope. And I'm not surprised at all. Another 4 onto the total. That's the end of the over. The score moves on to 139 off 33. But 2 wickets down now. First one to fall, Dermot Tucker. Well, he was caught off the bowling of Ali by a fabulous one-handed grab in the covers. And then Nick Stapleton, well, a far tamer dismissal. He just lifted it into the waiting hands of mid-wicket. And that's brought Lawson Theo to the wicket with JJ Garth. JJ Garth now 75. And he's been there since the start. He's now coming down to have a word with the skipper. That'll be the left arm Samuel Williams. Afternoon, gents. Just a reminder that the live chat on YouTube is open. Well, it's a single taken. I just switched to this camera while you were adjusting the other one.
I'm compromised. It's in the middle of the side screen now while they might be changing around.
Plenty of changes. Just as the left arm from Balbriggan. He's going round the wicket now, an attempt to cramp the batsman. But it may also just open up opportunities for the Pembroke batsman. And Durek doing a fine job, could only parry it, but he got the ball back to the middle of the wicket very quickly, preventing any possible run.
You know the zoom for this is here, don't you?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Another one plays directly to Durek, and he's not letting anything get past him today. See Lawson, he's just looking to push it around and take his singles. And if he can do that, then he can get Garth back on strike. Theo Lawson, club captain. Determined to get Pembroke back out of the championship this year and back into the Premiership. But I suggest he also wouldn't mind an extended run in the Irish Senior Cup. bringing in fine leg into the ring, sending Cal corner right out. Still have the man on the fence at square leg. Theo Lawson comes with a health warning. Batsman may sweep. Just keeps that one out. That's the end of the over. Score has moved on to 140 for 2.
The reason we don't have a camera at the other end? It took me about 4 goes to find that.
Okay.
So I could rearrange the monitors so I don't have a monitor to go down there.
All right. Screen to be moved again. Let's see how much havoc they can.
Yeah, I think the lads have a code there to the side now. It's when they're coming back, they need to be careful.
Well, sight screen moved.
There
Your picture altered. Now having to pin the camera to the middle of the sight screen, which is why you're getting this slight angle to these pictures. Just played away on the leg side for another single.
I think so, yeah. Might not be ball to ball, but yeah.
Well, as long as Dylan Lewis keeps changing sides, and that's the picture gone. Well, this sight screen stuff is certainly disrupting Niall's camera work. Lou's now continuing. Just played away by Lawson, down to fine leg. Another single. No great assault upon the bowlers as yet. But still, over 15 overs still to go.
Hey, no, enjoy, lads.
Well, as I say, playing havoc with our pictures. There's constant moving of the sight screen, but I'm sure you don't mind. Certainly not as much as I do. This time the fielder placed there for that very reason cuts off the single. And he's bowled. Goes for the big shot to leg, and Garth departs, bowled by Dylan Lewis. With the score on 142.
Back going in a 5.
Short partnership of 9 there for those two, but Garth departs for 77. And he was bowled by Dylan Lewis. And that's Dylan Lewis' second wicket. Here's the replay of it. He's just gone too far across his stumps. And never there. It took leg stump. And that's a third wicket down with the score on 142. Well, the partnerships have got smaller and smaller as this innings has gone on. Theo Lawson now. Gets pushed past two players in the field, both diving, both failing to connect. And there's the end of the over. Oh, 42 for 3. No. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Check for the mics you're approaching.
New batsman to the middle, Dara Cosgrave. I can listen to your conversations. I feel like I'm Alexa or something. It is, yeah. Dara. Well, these two relatively new batsmen to the crease. They'll be looking to push Pembroke's score on. Definitely need something to bowl at today. Good strong batting line up this Balbriggan side. Slight change in the field as Ali and Durrock, they swap positions. Theo Lawson with that very familiar pickup. This time he cuts it away on the offside, down towards point. It will just be a single. Not too many boundaries being hit in this innings. More an accumulation of runs than anything else. Well, the number of people down in the brook multiplying. This one slapped by Lawson out to the offside boundary. Dara, the fielder, gets it into his keeper on the bounce. Another run onto the total, 145. Another landmark for Pembroke in the offing. Looking for that 150. Another one goes out into the offside. Dara again, good throw. Saving runs aplenty out on that offside boundary on the rope side. Out there. .146. for 3 wickets. 14 overs remaining in this innings. Dylan News then. Successfully in his last over. He'll be looking for another wicket here now. Well, this is going to be this constant movement of the sight screen again. Just pushed back. Bowler and batsman fighting for the same ground. Another dot ball. Reaching the stage of the innings now where Pembroke will be looking to eliminate those dot balls. This one was hit short. It's hit out on the offside. It's being chased down, but in vain. It crosses the rope. 4 to Theo Lawson, 4 to Pembroke Cricket Club. Lungs will know himself. He'll lose. He will know. It wasn't his best ball. This one does Lawson for length. I remember a day you would have caught that. That's what I would have tried to catch. No ball. No ball, free hit. I don't know why the no ball was called. Do you? If you do, let us know.
Everyone's wondering.
Well, I suspect it was a number of men inside the circle. Something like that. Lawson playing the most outrageous shot, and he's going to pick up 4 for it. That really is outrageous. Basically lying down and then paddling it over the keeper's head. Well, 4 off the no ball. And that's a good over for Pembroke. MV play not quite caught up on your screen. That's outrageous. Just wanted to get anything at all on it. Just managed to get something on it, and it ran away for 4 runs. Unorthodox, but effective. Very few fielders behind this wicketkeeper. One taken off the first ball of the 38th over. I'm sure the live scoring will catch up soon enough. This one beats Lawson, beats the stumps. The keeper does enough to stop it. Yes, we having slight difficulties with our main camera today with the constant moving. Another one beats Lawson. Yes, unfortunately, the only information we have on screen for you is the overall score. I can tell you Lawson has moved on to 11. McDara Cosgrave is on 4. That's well kept out by Lawson. As we start to enter the final phase of this innings. Super bowling by Nazir. It's his 8th over. This is Farouk Nazar. He's bowling his 8th from the nursery end. Theo Lawson is the batsman there, together with McDara. Well, they could be looking for 2 here. They just decide that 1's enough. Again, unorthodox from Lawson. And that's the end of the 38th over. Slight changes being made to the score there now. 157. What do we say then? I think it's 158 for 3 after 38. And the score on your screen confirms that. Theo Lawson has moved on to 16. McDara Cosgrave is on 5. And Dylan Lewis will continue now to McDara Cosgrave. Dylan Lewis already picked up 2 wickets today. That of JJ Garth and Nick Stapleton. Moving his field a bit squarer. Well, with Lawson facing, that's understandable. Just drops it onto the leg side, takes the single. Sunshine is back again in Pembroke. Sunny Sydney Parade. Temperature undoubtedly going up a bit. And all those people who decided the way to go today was shorts, well, they've been vindicated with this sunshine. There they are. A fine selection of white milk bottle legs. And those who decided to go with the long trousers, well, they'll be happier halfway round the lap when the breeze picks up on the railway side. Just played away. Dot ball. Balbriggan will be happy with that. Just 11 overs after this one remaining. What sort of total are Pembroke going to get to? He's gone big, he's gone high. Will the fielder get there? He should do, and he makes a comfortable catch. And that's the end of McDara Cosgrave. with the score on 159. Quick partnership of 17 between those two. McDara perishes for 5. He was caught, and Lewis picks up his third of the innings. Well, Balbriggan will be happy. These wickets falling quite regularly now after that fine opening partnership, and in fact, the partnership for the second wicket. Pembroke at one stage were 133 for 1, and they now find themselves 159 for 4. Here it is. He just got under it and could only lift it. It's a good catch from the fielder. He runs through the first, but then he knows just underneath it, too much elevation. The fielder making good ground, keeping his eye on it, over his shoulder, always rated as one of the more difficult catches. And he got there, pounced the ball. And that was the end of McDara Cosgrave, and the score now 159 for 4. Partnership of 17 there. Well, next batsman in. We now have to go through the mystery of finding out who it is. Wait for the live scoring to catch up. Who's now going over the wicket. Gavin Hoey is the new batsman. A man who's been in fine form with the bat this year. This time, Lewis cuts off any chance of a single. This time, plays it up to long on. Ali does the fielding just outside the ring. They take the single. This gets Lawson back on strike. Theo Lawson has been often the bedrock on which Pembroke innings have been built. He's won the batting trophy, well, on multiple occasions now, not only for aggregate of runs, the Moulton Trophy, but also the batting trophy for highest average once you reach the cut-off for 400 runs in a season. Well, appeal from keeper, appeal from bowler, but it definitely sounded like bat on the ground to me. But that's a good over for Balbriggan. 39 gone now. 160 for 4. Gavin A. Hoey, as he is on MV play. Well, spin at both ends now. Frintner's out. He's looking to finish out his spell, I think. This one powered away on the offside, but there's a fielder there in the ring. There'll be no single there. Well, nice picnic and family set up on the railway side. A few people over there having the chats. Going for the cooler side of the ground. Did you win? Good. Well,
Nearly dove.
it was shorter. Hoey played it, well, without expectation of a run, really. Changed his shot, but it was just to the right space on the ground. Managed to let him get through for a single. A few people sat up and down the wall now. A big shout out to Mary Sharp, undoubtedly one of the people tuned in watching this game today. We wish her well in her recovery. We wonder again how many people are tuned in around the world. Always good to see our foreign subscribers tuning in live for a game. We appreciate those who have to get up early or stay up late. Well, this is good tight bowling by Balbriggan. They've not let Pembroke shake off the shackles at any stage, really. Pembroke will be delighted with their steady progress. But with 40 overs gone now, 6 wickets still remaining, you get the feeling that, well, Pembroke are going to want to Well, it's a little bit wavy, but we still have our main camera in action. Manda, would you make another one?
Actually, no, I'm fine.
Are you fine at the moment? Well, as we enter the last 10 overs now. Lewis comes into bowl. Lawson goes for the reverse sweep. Doesn't make contact. You can see what he's trying to do, though. He's trying to run that one down to the Willfield Road gate. Certainly scores 360 degrees, does Theo Lawson. This time he gets something on it. It runs away. The keeper will get there. Well, Balbriggan have really been successful at keeping a lid on Pembroke's ambitions here. Going along at just about 4 and over. Hoey just pushes one down the ground, takes the single. So what sort of total are Pembroke looking for with 10 overs to go, 161 on the board before the start of this over. Well, 200's got to be the bare minimum. 220. 222, perhaps. Well, Lawson finally gets a sweep away. And when he sweeps well. 4 to Lawson, 4 onto the total. Well, I suspect we're going to see a bit more of that now from Lawson. Another over gone. $170 for 4. And that was a better over for Pembroke, and they're going to need a few more like that. 9 overs remaining now in this innings. And you've got to be thinking Pembroke reaching the stage whereby they do have wickets in the hutch. Still got Lawson, Hogan, another Tucker, Micklewright, Prendergast, all to come in. And we know what a good job Joe Prendergast did for the firsts in their first round game against Brigade. When he came in late on down and just saw Pembroke home just by batting so sensibly. So not too much of a tail. This one's hit out towards square leg. There is a fielder there. He hasn't had much to do. But what he's had, he's done well. Keeps that to a single. Farouk, who came on as the 5th bowler, and what a fine job he's done for his skipper. Part of the great control that Balbriggan have had over this innings. Not breaking away, Pembroke. Just one to the keeper, fetching it from square leg. One hand came off the bat there. Little lack of control. Get the feeling there's a little bit of frustration amongst the Pembroke batsmen. They'd like to take these bowlers on. Lawson, big step down the track, big sweep out to the boundary. Another single. It really has been an accumulation of runs rather than an amassing of them. Pembroke getting that great opening stand of 85 between Tucker and Garth. I think that might be the end of Farouk's overs. And he's had a fine spell there. 174 for 4. And just 8 overs remaining now. Change of footwear for the batsman. Gavin Hoey. He's not happy with the footwear he has on. New pair coming out to him. Sight screen being moved again. Well,
no pull, no anybody think to give it a twist.
So, 8 overs remaining in this innings. Pembroke now need to push on so they can set as difficult a target for Balbriggan as possible. Dylan Lewis now continuing from the St John's end. And Gavin Hoey facing. Just played away. Man in the ring will get that. Boundary rider not required on this occasion. Still some adjustments going on with our sight screen camera. There it is there. That's nicely played away. If they were a bit more established, you may have thought they wanted 2 there, but the fielder does a good job. 2 fielders converging there. Another single, another change for the sight screen. Play down the ground, another single. Well bowled, right up into the block hole. Hoey did well to get a single out of it. Oh. Catches Lawson in the plastic protector. There's a protector made out of plastic as opposed to something protecting plastic. Another dart heading out down to the southeast. Bray, Greystones, Kilcool, I don't know how far. Well bowled by Lewis again. Thought Theo Lawson doing well just to keep that out. This time played away on the offside. The boundary rider not required as Captain Greg Ford picks up with one hand, walks it back in, end of the over. And the score now 179 for 4. These two have put on 20 now. Bring together 5 and a bit overs.
Pushed it kind of into the middle a bit there, and then straightened up again.
Well, we'll take what we can get, I think is the phrase here. Nice shot. Well, unsurprisingly, we're now going to see the return of Matthew Boland. 0 for 15 off his first 6 overs. Field a bit more spread for him now. And we'll wait and see what is the reaction of the Pembroke bats. Will they take the opportunity? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Good, and yourself? To see you. Good to see you.
How was the lap? Is it cold over there?
No, it's very warm.
Just 7 overs remaining now. And Bollardy started with a single. 7 overs, 42 balls, 41 to go now. And 41 onto the score, that's 220. And that's what Pembroke will be looking for. As a bare minimum, one would have felt. been a beautiful bowling performance by Balbriggan. They haven't missed too many opportunities, and they may not have created too many, but they certainly have kept a lid on any potential breakout by the Pembroke batsman. This one is an inside edge, flies away. It will just be a single. And we're down to the openers coming back now. Pembroke needing to make some runs. Lawson comes down the track, hoiks it out to square leg. It will just be a single. Well, you'd almost think that Greg Ford, as the Balbriggan captain, may have seen Theo Lawson bat before. That man on the boundary, he's saved 2 or 3 boundaries at this stage just from Theo Lawson. Theo Lawson now has moved on to 29. Gavin Hoey, he's reached double figures. Pembroke getting closer and closer to that 200 mark that, as I said, would be the bare minimum for them to cross. This time, hit out to long on. Again, well set field. Fielder there. Throw to the keeper on the bounce. It's worth reminding you, Balbriggan won the toss here this morning. Well, about 12 o'clock. Yeah, possibly this morning. And they inserted Pembroke, and since then, well, I think they've done a super job. Four inside the ring now, as Andy Durrock gets pulled in from third man to the edge of the ring. Change of pace. Well, it fooled both batsman and wicketkeeper, but wicketkeeper got enough on it that there was no run. It's the end of the over. And the score's moved on to 183. Hello. A day off for you. Enjoy. Ada Lawson, who so many times has been doing the book. Day off today, and on the book is Graham Mooney. Boland was on at the nursery end, and now they're going with the left arm pace. Both openers back on now, and they'll probably see us through to the end. Just the 6 overs remaining now, 36 balls. Run a ball.
Where does the side screen go?
Left arm around for this, the 45th over. Hurry up. It's a comfort break. Gavin Hoey's 11 has come from 17 balls. Theo Lawson, he's on 30 off 40 deliveries. Just a reflection of how tight the Balbriggan bowling has been. Hoey takes one to the midriff. It'll be a leg bye, but he gets Lawson on strike. Bowler coming in, going around the wicket to Lawson. and he gets down on one knee and shovels it out. Again, there's another fielder there. 3 fielders on the fence on the leg side. One at fine leg, one at the bar, and one at the gate on the second gate on the fence. Big space open here in front of the commentators. In fact, there's a fourth because Long On is also on the fence. Well, it's flipped up there and the catch is taken and Hoey departs to an unorthodox shot, just trying to ramp it past the keeper, but the man at third man, well, he kept his eye on it, stayed inside the rope, and he takes the wicket, and that's the end of Hoey. Hoey scoring 11. And
Cheers. Here we go.
well, you could see it was an adventurous shot. Keeper was interested, but finally the fielder got there. He took the catch. Just too much elevation, not enough distance. And the 5th wicket has fallen with the score on 185. A quick partnership of 26 between Hoey and Lawson. Lawson came in at number 4. He's still there. He's on 31. Well, the new batsman looks like and bats like Fiacratucker. And he's off the mark with a single anyway. Well, if it is Fiacratucker, one can say he got off to a flyer yesterday. 20 ball 50 yesterday.
Just the 6 sixes.
6 sixes. Playing in rush.
Our comment earlier, they all would have been 6s in the NCG. The first one was huge.
Well, not a bad man to be having coming in at number 7. One feels this will be a leg by, signalled by Willie Clark, thudding into the soft skin of Theo Lawson before running away far enough from the keeper. Played away down to third. It'll just be another single. Again, gentle accumulation of runs is closer to the real story. And that's the end of the over. And the score's moved on to 188 for 5. Breeze definitely bringing the temperature down a little bit. My milk bottle legs now covered in goose pimples as well. It's not the prettiest look I've ever had. Some last minute adjustments to the camera. Well, we'll return to that in just a moment. Boland now from the nursery end. As I say, you expect him to bowl all the way through to the finish now. He's bowling to Lawson. Guided down to third just for a single. Oh, sorry, Tucker. Guided down to third for a single. Apologise for the seasickness you may be feeling as adjustments are made to that camera. That's swept round the corner. There is a man there, but he can't prevent the single. But I don't think Balbriggan are too worried about the singles here. It's the boundaries they want to stop, and what a good job they've done of stopping those. It certainly hasn't been a T20 knock, batting out the entire 50 overs. Good slower ball, deceived the batsman. Gave an awkward bounce to the keeper, but he kept enough behind it. Vivek Singh, I'm assuming, is the wicket-keeper. Pollard now, well, no wickets, but his economy rate is well under 3, and he's done a great job for Balbriggan today. This one hits the fielder directly. 2 balls left in the over then. 26 balls remaining. And that 220, well, it looks a little bit off in the distance at the moment. Pembroke still with 5 wickets in hand. Well, this time he gets one up in the air, and all he can do is find the fielder, and that's the end of Tucker in the chase for runs. Oh, there seems to be a question over whether it was a bump ball. And Tucker heads off after clarification from the umpire. He's gone with the score on 190. He departs for just 3. Well, a 6 wicket down for Pembroke, 190 on the board. Can they get to that 220? Well, he made it look simple. He was travelling as he went for it. He got there. And that's another wicket down for Pembroke. Greater scheme of things, Danny Hogan coming in at number 8 isn't a bad thing. Well, that's the end of another over. 46 gone now. 190 for 6. Swept away to square leg. There is a fielder there. It will just be another single. That'll bring Danny Hogan onto strike. Well, there we go. That's a big one. That's the first 6 of the innings. Danny Hogan just lifting it over, scattering people on the wall. Fielder was interested for a brief second. Ball comes off the wall, so the umpire wants to have a check, and that gets Pembroke a lot closer now to that 200 mark. Well, hit out in the offside this time. Bowler going much shorter. Hogan couldn't quite catch up to it. Got enough to get it out in the offside. Another single taken brings Lawson back onto strike. And 200 now. Well, just a ball or two away, one suspects. Well, it hasn't been full of boundaries, but it's been very cautious and short. This time he goes. Fielder thought about going for the catch, decided against it, saved the boundary. In fact, saved 3 runs. Well, the fielder getting the appreciation of his teammates. No doubt of the bowler too. Hogan now facing. He goes straight back. There's going to be no stopping that. It's another boundary for Hogan, and that's 200 up for Pembroke. And this is good. This late burst giving a bit of impetus to the Pembroke score. And it now goes up to 203 with 1 ball remaining in this, the 47th over. This has been a most excellent over, I suspect. Possibly the best for Pembroke so far in this innings. And again, it's clipped away on the leg side. And again, the fielder's there. He gets everything behind it. Hogan goes for the second. And just gets home. I don't know. Well, that's the end of the over. And that was a very good over for Pembroke. Danny Hogan with the first 6 of the innings, followed up with another 4, and other runs were taken too. And that really has helped Pembroke. 204 then, with 3 overs remaining. And that 220, after that over, the 220 is back on. Every run they push it up from here is a big help for the Pembroke. Corner. Got Danny Hogan back on strike. Danny Hogan, who very quickly has moved on to 13. Theo Lawson, 30. Explosive. And there it is, straight down the ground. Again, there's a fielder down there. He misfields it. It lets him get through for 2. They get through for a hurried one there. The bowler coming down to play football. The batsman playing 100-metre sprints.
I was playing spot the ball.
And 10 to 4 now on Sunday afternoon. The wall filling up with people taking the opportunity to end their weekend in the sunshine, perhaps sharing a beverage or two. Who can say? All we know is these Pembroke batsmen, they need every run possible. Goes straight, goes high, goes straight to the fielder. And Theo Lawson perishes with the score on 209. Those two put on 19. Theo Lawson falls for 35. Boland picks up his first wicket, and that is well deserved. Will that put a slowing emphasis onto the end of Pembroke's innings? Will it help Balbriggan tie them down? Or does it just free up the two batsmen? Well, 7 down now, 3 more wickets, but we're less than 3 overs to go, 2.5 overs to go. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Just floated up to the fielder at mid-off, and that was the 7th wicket to fall. And really, only 2 partnerships of note, one of 48 and one of 85. And other than that, it's all been there or thereabouts. 9s, 5, 19, 17, 26. Zach Micklewhite now driving one down to mid-off, to long off. Takes the single. Zach Micklewhite at number 9. One suspects it will be Lawson and Prendergast. Lawson and Prendergast would be the next two. This is Danny Hogan, another one driven up to long on. Another one for a single. That's the end of the over. 48 gone. The score now 210 for 7. Pembroke, well, they're demonstrating the length of their batting order. Zach Micklewhite, he's had a few good knocks. We spoke about Joe Prendergast earlier. And Paul Lawson, well, Paul Lawson has performed heroics with the bat before. I don't think Greg Hollins is playing. I think Greg Hollins is in for Joe Prendergast. Yeah, I don't know why Joe Prendergast, because Danny Hogan's keeping wicket. They're now off the side of the screen.
And we've nobody over there.
No, it's not twisting enough.
Yeah. He can't, because I moved just because I thought we'd finally had the end of all of this rubbish.
Well, it's gone for 4. 4 more onto the total. Everyone gratefully received by Pembroke now. That 220 certainly within reach. Hogan goes for the ramp, gets nowhere near it, but the ball ends up in a space where nobody is close enough to prevent the single. And again, we apologise for the shakiness of that picture. It is entirely due to the amount of left arm around and over bowling we've seen today. yeah. Well, it's on the edge of the screen now. The question being, can Niall Walsh? He can. Now, how can he keep it there? That's the thing. Right, left arm over to left-handed batsman. Well, that's powered out on the offside. They'll certainly get one for it. They're going for two. The keeper's going to get there, and he's going to be out. And Micklewright falls in the chase for runs. He falls for just one. And 216 is the score. Just a partnership of 7 for the 8th wicket. But at this stage, they've got to take those runs on. Well, this looks like Paul Lawson coming out to bat now. Paul Lawson, who must have batted in every single position on the Pembroke first over his time there. Well, discussion between the two batsmen. There's just 10 balls remaining. Score 216 now. Pushed out. There was definitely a single there. And he definitely took on the second straight away without hesitation, but he just wasn't in time. And the ball came in, the keeper whipped off the bails, and that was the end of Zach Micklewright's innings. Sacrifice for the team. Not going to stop that all the way, and then some more, and that's 220 past for Pembroke, and that will be, well, something to defend in the second innings. Question now is, how much further can they go? Oh, 4 and off the mark. Played away on the onside this time. They look for 1. Coming back for 2. Clean up isn't pick, and they make 2 easily. Well, there's been a steady loss of wickets. Pembroke have really done well. Put up a good score here. We head into the last 7 deliveries. 2-2-3 now. Well, that's a dot ball and very well bowled. And that's the end of the over. 49 done. 2-2-3 for 8. And the last over, unsurprisingly, will be bowled by the man who bowled the first over so many overs ago. Matthew Boland. He's picked up 1 wicket, but he's done a super job for Balbriggan today. Two for 27 from 9 overs so far. The 2 maidens were the second and third over. Well, it's gone a long way up.
Nobody's there.
Nobody's going to get to it. It's going to land safely, and they're going to get 2 for it. Well, 2-2-5. Required rate is going to be at least 4.5 anyway. for Hogan to do the same thing again. He comes down the track, powers it off over the offside. The fielder is there, picks it up in one hand, won't stop them picking up another couple. We're going to have to get a bucket or something. So, well into the last over now, and Hogan is looking for the boundaries all over the place. Has he found one this time? No, again the fielder gets there, another 2, but that's 6 off the over so far, 3 balls gone. Hogan has moved on. He's looking to go straight, and big Hogan here, and he does this time, and he's not going to stop this one. It's gone all the way, 6 runs, that's 12 off the over, and this is proving to be a good final over for Pembroke. Really has brought their score up. Ignore that score on the door at the moment, that's got to go up to 2-3-5 now. 12 off the over, 2 balls to go. Hogan goes big. And that will bring Joe Prendergast appears on NV play as Greg Hollins. We know that's not right. Well, there it is. Big blow. That's a super 6 from Hogan, and that was a big help to the Pembroke total. And then he tried it again. It came off the edge of the bat. And Derek, well, he made sure of it, clutching it to his chest, and that's 9 down now with the score on 235. Very quick partnership of 19 between those two. And now Joe Prendergast in the middle with Paul Lawson, Pembroke's last. Oh, it's put down by the keeper. And Prendergast is run out. So Pembroke all out then for 236. That's the innings done. 236 is the final score. And while Noel decides to show you which highlights to show you, your commentator's going to take a break and a comfort break. We'll see you again in half an hour, 25 minutes, as the players leave the field. 236, so Balbriggan will require 237 from their 50 overs. And here is this final wicket. Well, he was determined to get out. He edged it to the keeper first of all, and then it was a race. The fielder had 18 yards to go. The batsman had 22. He was never going to make it. Well short of his ground. So we'll let you take a break. Well, the umpires, Pembroke players, take to the field. As we start this second innings. Well, unsurprisingly, it'll be the Pembroke professional, Nick Stapleton, to open the bowling for Pembroke. He's bowling from the St John's end. The end where he took 8 for 8 against Terenure in a league game earlier on this year. So, 2 slips, third man, point, covers, mid-off, bowler, mid-on, square leg, deep third man. Good start from Stapleton. Well, if Pembroke are to progress in this trophy, one feels that Stapleton's going to be playing a big part in that. So it's Dara, but facing at the moment, Dylan Lewis, left-hander. Plays that one round square leg, takes the single, and the Balbriggan reply is underway. Stapleton bowling on his... Bowling on his home ground. Dara facing. Well, they've looked for a single very quickly there. They've taken it. And there's certainly some intent behind the Balbriggan batting to start with. Well, Mary Sharp's been in touch. It's good to see that she's watching today. I hope she enjoys this second innings now. Well left by the batsman, leaving it on length, flying over the top of the stumps. Yes, you can see the effects of the breeze. It's a good breeze around at the moment. Still coming basically from the south-east. Another one hit into the ring. Well, there's no throw like a Joe throw. Prendergast swooping in, picking up and throwing. All in one motion. They couldn't prevent the single. JP again doing the fielding, nice and sharp in the field there. Andy. Well, that's the first over gone. There may only be 3 on the board, but one has to say, the way the Balbriggan batsmen took their runs there, they're in a hurry. So leave it alone. Concrete it in now. Get off the sight screen. So, from the nursery end, it'll be Zach Micklewhite. Joined the club from the Cape this summer, and has proved to be thoroughly enjoying his cricket. Left-hander to 2 left-handers. Not often that happens. Good first ball from Micklewhite. What can he do this time? He can excite his slips anyway. Collective ooh from the slips. As it just gets played out. Single taken. That's a good delivery from Micklewhite. Dara not too sure how to play that one. One might almost say that ball was too good to get an edge on. Well, certainly gives the batsman something to think about. And he's standing there now. So perhaps it was a sight screen problem that had Dara in such difficulties last ball, and this one has flown through past down to third man. Dara Cosgrave doing the fielding, but that one shot along the ground, sort of third or fourth slip. But certainly Micklewhite will be encouraged. Another one off the outside edge of the bat, another one down to third man, another single. But that is a super over. Real hustle about Micklewhite today. Don't know what was said in the huddle before the game, but he seems well fired up, bowling at that nursery end. Stapleton to continue now from the St John's end. So, Nicholas Stapleton. Well left, well judged. Pembroke must be searching for early wickets here. Put a dent into this Balbriggan batting order. This one onto the pads, call of no, fielder in quickly. Sunshine making an appearance again today in Sydney Parade. Again, the dress code ranging from shorts. That's a super shot down the ground. It's going to reach the boundary. Nobody's going to stop that. And that's a first boundary for Balbriggan. And these two, well, they're not going to let Pembroke put any shackles on them. This time played away square on the offside. Hoey it is doing the fielding there.
Ian, stay still, no matter what happens. Yeah, here is a big mistake.
Kind of worried about his children, you know? Then again, it's not like I have.
Driven straight back to the bowler. Dot ball. Afternoon, Peter. Well, many thanks to the 37 and Mary Sharp tuned in at the moment. Over up, 3 down, 10 on the board. Still no breakthrough for the Pembroke side. 2 overs from Stapleton and 1 from Micklewright is all we've seen. And it'll be Micklewright again from the nursery end with the score on 10 for naught after 3 overs. Micklewright onto the pads, it's chipped away square and it's going to go for 4 and it's a nice shot from Dara. He latched onto that straight away, saw it was on his pads and just clipped it square on the leg side. 6-3 field here for Pembroke, 2 slips in place. This one dug out by the batsman. Well fielded, Theo Lawson. Commitment to the cause there. Good ball, going through at pace. Danny Hogan taking it, gloves up. Breeze really starting to pick up now, feeling it in the gazebo. Well, I expect it would be the notepad first.
The gazebo is quite a set.
There's a commentary box too.
Nick Wright coming in with that now familiar Postle. Goes a bit shorter. Oh, it's close to the edge. Darrow with the crossbat doing his best just to lift it into Danny Hogan's gloves. As it was, he couldn't. And the appeal was strangled. This time just played up to mid-off. Another over completed. Well, good solid start from Balbriggan. Pembroke huffing and puffing, but they're not blowing down the house yet. Nice straight bat to a good ball. Another one plays into the leg side. It bisects the two fielders. One of them finally gets to it. Paul Lawson with the throw back to Danny Hogan. And a very easy single for Balbriggan. First wicket falls. Stapleton makes the breakthrough. Bowled very close to the body of Darragh. He just turned it into square legs hands where McDarragh Cosgrave took the simplest of catches in his midriff. And that's the first wicket down. 15 on the board. Just on his hip, and all he could do was guide it into square legs hands. Pops it up. McDarragh obscured by the fielder. Makes it absolutely sure. And that's the first wicket down, and it's the breakthrough that Pembroke needed. Well, if they could whip another couple out before the end of the power play, they'd feel like they were really in this game. Yeah, well, no, at least when they were both the same. Now it's every time they take a single. Yeah, Stapleton with the right-hander in front of him, going over the wicket. third slip into place. As Farouk Nazir faces his first ball, and a very good ball indeed from Stapleton. Right in at the batsman's toes. His feet didn't move, but he jammed the bat down in time. No, doesn't match the fifth 7 slips. They head on display. Kieran Volker finally getting to bowl to 7 slips. So Stapleton to Nazir. Oh, it's parried by slip. He's managed to save the boundary. Well, I for one, I'm sure you would too, would like to see the replay on that one. My goodness. Oh, it's just parried by first slip. Difficult chance. Will Pembroke rue that later on down the line? Well, this time, slipping onto the left-hander's pads. He's clipped it out to mid-wicket, all along the ground without danger. That's the end of the over, and an eventful over all round. 19 for 1. Well, first 5 overs completed.
Were we ahead of 16?
Don't believe that.
Looks like it.
Joe Prendergast doing the fielding, but he can't prevent a second, although one might say he saved 2.
If I cut that on camera, then I'd have it. Really hurt.
No ball called on Mickle right. It'll be a free hit.
You're in microphone corner here,
How close to the microphones is he?
Close enough.
That was so sore. America didn't go for 4.
No, you're grand. You're grand. You don't appear it's high enough. Well, a little bit of everything for that. Free hit. Afternoon.
Joe, remember you're talking straight to voice there.
Swipe at that one. Straight through to the keeper. Well, that no ball, that was all a bit strange, wasn't it? Nearly a run out afterwards. right, is causing difficulties for the batsman here. That one's slightly uppish, but it found the gap between the two fielders and the ring. They pulled it up before the fence, but not before two more go onto the score. Super throw back in.
Again, no matter how wide it is, I want you to step up.
Two slips, eagerly waiting for any chance. That one's left. Dylan Lou's doing a fine job.
All you have, because you're not. Instead of that,
He's moved on to 15. Yeah. This one, well, it's a bit short. It's gone away on the offside. It bounces over the boundary, and that's 4 runs all the way. Well, that's a shame. It was an interesting over.
stay over the ball. Head over the ball, and you go.
The score moves on to 30 for 1 after 6 overs. That one was just that final delivery. It was just too short, and it raced away to the boundary, most of it through the air. There's no boundary rider out there. It was never a chance. It was never in any danger. Now Stapleton again to Dara. It did cause him some difficulties. It'll be interesting to see what he does now. Well, good short ball, well played down, knocking the hand off the handle of the bat. Well, that's a good shout. Given not out immediately by Willie Clark. But Stapleton, he is asking questions of the batsman here. And at the moment, the batsman's gone with the multiple choice version. Yes. Keeper diving across in front of second slip. Gives you a clue. Wide delivery. Another stiffish breeze blows through the commentary area. Stapleton again. Very little footwork again. Fruit Nazir is relying on eye-hand coordination at the moment. Well, no, that's nowhere out. I don't think we need ultra edge on that one. Oh. No, he didn't smash it, but it was so far down leg.
So, third game is on tomorrow. What time is that? Oh.
All of the games are on at 8. Watch the camera here.
The bike walked up, so that's what you have to watch.
It's the microphones.
The camera's not going to avoid you with these things. The bikes, if you walk up, talk to them here.
Another good delivery. Inducing another false shot. That's a beautiful shot down the ground, lovely on drive. Nothing's going to stop that except the rope. Some frustration there shown by the fielder. Got close, but not close enough. 4 more. Last ball of the over. Well, the Balbriggan plan of action quite clear. They're looking to score runs and score them quickly. Super shot that. Beautiful on drive. No fielder there, no fielder in the area, and despite the best efforts of the Lawson boys, neither one of them got close. Just came down on it, played it into what turned out to be the perfect spot. As it was running down, you can see Paul Lawson converging with great speed. So Micklewright, his turn to sit in the quizmaster's chair and ask the questions. Well, declaration in the field that Pembroke are well on top. I don't know if I'd be in wholehearted agreement with that. Many thanks again to Mr. and Mrs. Byrne for providing the catering. Top work. To field it. Well, played nicely away on the offside, but the fielder gets to it. Saves the single. Pembroke looking sharp in the field. Just that one chance at slip that would unfortunately burst through the hands. Zach doing some good work this over. Plenty of encouragement. Well, the wide spoils the maiden. How are you? Good. Big, expansive drive at that one. It wasn't the one to go for. Didn't quite take the edge either. End of the over. 8 gone. Score 36 for 1. Just a single coming off that over. That's Micklewright's 4th done. And Dylan Lewis leading the way for Balbriggan. He's on 20. Ladies. probably can, yeah. What Wi-Fi should he connect to? Well, 2 Balbriggan players now heading down to the far end. That could only mean one thing.
Disaster.
The sight screen being moved yet again.
Oh,
SS Pembroke.
Oh. Well, as the sight screen's being moved, now Walsh should do his best to readjust the camera for your viewing pleasure. And Nick Stapleton will bowl his 5th over. Well, that one's cracked away for a boundary. That's just the start to an over Balbriggan wanted.
Including the wicket.
G'day, Craig. How you going? First time. Just thought I'd drop down and say hi and see you in the flesh. I've been watching on the screen. It's a good performance by Balbriggan in their first fielding innings. Tight bowling. Made it very difficult for the score to be reached, but I was actually impressed with Pembroke getting over 200, then 236, wasn't it? Or
yep, 236. Yep, a good total to get up to in the end. The only thing is, we won't know whether it was a great total or not for about another 40 overs.
Well, it obviously sets the template for Pembroke to say, well, look, if you do the same thing, then it'll either be a very tight result or they might crack under pressure and Balbriggan might crack under pressure and lose a few quick wickets. So it always makes for an exciting game. It's always a bit of some ways, a double-edged sword when you get 400. It's like, well, it's just going to be a walkover potentially, but it keeps it exciting for the viewers. Sharp, isn't he?
He's sharp, and he's been asking all sorts of questions of Farouk Nazar.
Yeah, he did well to get his bat out of the way then.
And at the moment, it's a battle that Nazar, although unorthodoxly, may be ahead in.
Gets right behind that one, defends well. No room for a run there.
I get the feeling with Nazar, time to get him is early. Once he starts moving his feet, there's a reason he's batting number 3 for the Premiership leaders.
Yeah, you've got a small window of opportunity, you think, to make this breakthrough. Otherwise, that ball gets easy to see. Everyone is delivered.
Absolutely.
Just something in his eye line there.
Yeah, it's our director. He's just trying to centre up the picture. He has it there now.
It's a bit of a swell out there, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh,
sharp. Giving him.
He's gone. The batsman is now arguing with the umpire. He's standing his ground. Finally, he turns. And no, he's turned back to the umpire. He's looking at the umpire still. And now he's turned his back on the umpire and is now making his way off. Well, Farouk Nazar, he's gone. He made 8. And he was caught by Danny Hogan. And it's Nick Stapleton's 2nd wicket. Well, we knew how important Stapleton's bowling was going to be to Pembroke today. And he's justifying all the expectations and hopes that have been piled on his shoulders. Another wicket, that was a good one. Batsman isn't happy. And now we'll see the replay. once at real speed. Oh,
He thinks he's hit his shoulder, not the glove.
well,
Anyway, that's not how the umpire saw it.
it's not how I saw it on that second one. The one
No.
from Niall's camera, it definitely looks like it came off the gloves.
Here we go. Ooh.
Again, there it is at real speed.
Comes up here.
And I think that is
No, I think he's got glove on
clearly
that.
off the glove.
That's got the glove, yep.
Anyway,
It was very sharp.
doesn't matter what we think. Willie Clark was the one making the decision. He gave it out, and therefore
It's out.
Nazar is on his way. Let's see.
2 down.
2 down now.
Number 3. Well, that's really got Pembroke's tail up. Bit more zip in their step now.
Indeed.
That's a very important wicket to get, you would feel.
Well, it certainly would be putting a few doubts into the Balbriggan bench now. Is this not their day?
So a bit slower there. Oh, well fielded. Should have just knocked it.
I spoke earlier about Theo Lawson's commitment, and another example of it there, throwing himself full length.
Just in mid-wicket there, just could have easily gone through, but he really committed to that.
Definitely
Body
saved-
on the line.
Saved a lot of runs with that dive.
Yeah, you can just feel like these balls are coming in a few k's an hour faster than what they were a minute ago. Oh, another good bit of fielding there.
Well, this Pembroke side fielding beautifully. I say as Hogan and Tucker have a misunderstanding. But when the ball is in play, they are full of commitment.
It was deep enough to get a single, but only just. He was up. It's on it pretty quick. I think it's that. Who normally fields in that position? That square leg or point position? Point at this stage. Can't really see from here, but anyway. Next ball.
Good full ball from Mick, right. Well, it's making it an interesting game, though. These wickets falling, early
Yeah.
wickets. 2 down now. Pembroke, of course, didn't lose their first wicket until that last over before drinks. Nice good delivery, but well kept out. Dylan Lewis, he has done a fabulous job so far. Christopher De Freitas comes in at number 4.
Having a good look. The batsman at the moment needs to consolidate and start building another partnership. Oh, a bit short. Oh, that's good fielding.
Again, the quality of the Pembroke fielding, top notch.
Sort of hit out the point then, and the point fielder had to cover a fair bit of ground, but was very fast onto it. No run. That's the end of the over. 10 gone, I think. 2 wickets down for 43.
Well, this is turning into a cracking game, and it's the Pembroke bowlers that are bringing them into it. Specifically, Nick Stapleton. He has the 2 wickets down so far.
Susan said up, he decides, I'll stay for both.
Well, we get this slight angle across now. Pretty much the same angle across that Nick Stapleton's going to be looking for. Just 2 slips now. Hiya. Hiya.
Slightly rough seas here in Pembroke by the looks of that picture, but not too bad. Swell's going down. Anyway, start of the next over. Oh, that's sharp.
Once again.
I'd like to know what his speed is, because it's actually deceptive. He doesn't seem to have a really long sprinting sort of run up. He just gets that arm through very quickly and releases the ball at a great pace.
I think he has a very good, and I choose my words carefully, he uses his wrist really well.
Yes. Look at that. Oh.
Super length. Batsman well away from it. Batsman now playing, of course, the shot he wished he'd played.
Yes, as we all do when we have this opportunity. It's always, oh yeah, that's what I was supposed to do. Just wanted to get used to the conditions here. The pace of the wicket. Ooh, bouncer.
Well, it goes down the leg side. Danny Hogan spills it. They'll get 2 runs for that. But the run rate has slowed with the loss of those wickets, as it always does.
Well, that's it. In any form of the game and any level of the game, taking wickets is always the best way to, well, obviously get to your result, but also to slow the game down. Creates a bit more pressure. Hopefully, if one goes, you hope to get a second one pretty quickly. So, good test here for both batsmen and the bowlers. These little sort of battles that they have out in the middle.
Well, I can tell you that after 10 overs, Balbriggan 43 for 2, whereas Pembroke at the same stage were 32 without loss, so 11 runs behind, but 2 wickets to the good. Which score would you prefer?
Prefer to have wickets in the shed, quite frankly. Always nice to have that insurance policy later on, so, you know, the last 5 or 10 overs, you've got 7 or 8 wickets in the shed, boy, you can have some fun. You know, it allows people to be more freer with their shots, a bit more rash, but hopefully you get more reward. Oh, that's good.
Well, you almost get the feeling that the Balbriggan batsmen have decided Stapleton is worth just seeing off.
Yeah, it's probably not the worst decision. He's obviously in very good form. He's got the 2 wickets. Bowling express pace.
Of course, as well as Stapleton, the bowler in form this season, Paul Lawson, took 4 yesterday in the championship clash. This one pushed out in the offside. Theo Lawson will come across and field that with his hands. And again, make sure there's no 2 there. Gets it back to the keeper.
Yeah, there's no one in the deep saving the boundary, so obviously they're trying to entice... Well, sorry.
Square leg.
Square leg, sorry, yes.
Third man.
No, what I meant, sorry, I should have been clear. No in cow corner, yep. Oh,
that's a
bouncer
good
in.
Bouncer. That was his one for the over. He chose the right ball to do it on.
Just letting you know that I'm still here. Yeah.
Still here, still hunting. So another one for Stapleton.
Would you keep going with him or save him for a bit later on and just try to mix it up? Or,
well,
I mean,
I think
it's a good problem to have.
they've seen him now. A couple of overs. They've seen what he can do. And I'd say he's bowled 6. You want to hold on to those 4.
That's how I would think too.
I don't think there's anything to be gained by bowling him out now. As I say, I think the Balbriggan players had just decided just to see him off. And I think they've done that now. Now, a change of bowling at the nursery end. I talked about the man in form. Took 4 wickets yesterday. Had a 5 for last week, I think. Paul Lawson, he must be doing very well on the wickets chart. The race for the spud.
Yeah, he's an impressive bowler, lots of experience. Has a interesting action and quite deceptive. You know, he doesn't, almost sort of walks it in. No leap or anything.
Everything coming from the shoulder and the arm. And he's developed this over the years and it's become more and more effective.
Absolutely. Don't change it now. Not that he ever would want to, but anyway, the first ball's a dot. Hit straight back to him. The second ball, played out
single.
nicely.
through the extra cover. In fact, it's going to run all the way to the boundary. Connor Hoey does the fielding. And, well, that was just gently pushed through that area and resulted in a boundary, and has already resulted in a change in the field.
Yeah, it was nice timing that, actually. Just sort of lent into that. Let the pace of the ball and just sit in the bat with beautiful timing. There wasn't a huge streak. Oh, tries to be a bit finessey there. But there was a fielder there making sure there was no run. Just tried to play it on the 45 on the offside. Lawson will go again. That's about a length. No room there for the batsman.
That's Lawson's, I suppose, main storyline as he cramps the batsman, frustrates them.
Oh.
Bowler's end.
Yes! It's got to be gone.
No,
Very close.
No,
he's in.
No, well in, I think. I think they went to the wrong end. It was a good throw, good hit. Practice makes perfect. You see the first team when they warm up. I do feel the batsman was safely home,
Yeah,
and so did Willie Clark.
I think, he took off quite early. No doubt he got there, full speed. Oh.
Dot ball this time. Lawson completes his first over. Score now 51 for 2 after 12. And it looks like it's going to be a double change. And they're going to bring on the Leinster Lightning, Trinity and Pembroke bowler.
Oh, yeah. Just looking at the replay.
Gavin Hoey.
Yeah, he was in.
Gavin Hoey, the leg spinner. Paul Lawson, the right arm orthodox off spinner. Wrist spinner? No, finger spinner.
Finger spinner, probably. Yeah.
Finger spinner. Gavin Hoey, the wrist spinner. And we'll see how he bowls. He's, once again, left-hander, right-hander combination batting. Well, if he gets it to turn that much on the wicket, he'll be more than happy.
He does get good turn, generally. He gets that length right as well. Very dangerous.
Another bowler who doesn't exactly accelerate into the wicket.
Just does his rehearsal there. Slight adjustments to the field now. For the young man. Here we go.
That one's played out on the offside. Joe Prendergast comes in, fields it, flings it into the keeper. Looking for the keeper's ankles. Well, Kevin Ryan knows what that feels like anyway.
Yes. Anyway, you can see it's a single on his first ball. Just a bit of a loosener.
Oh, that one just top edging, really. Just a single. Well, Dylan Lewis is doing a fabulous job for Balbriggan here.
Yeah, they're rotating the strike nicely here. That wasn't the most convincing of shots, but it was effective. Just gets it a bit, drags it down a bit there. But Madara Cosgrave down behind square, fields it well, made a lot of ground, stopped a certain boundary.
Yeah, the batsman turning very quick on that one.
It's important as a bowler not to let that phase you and just trying and still get that line and length right.
Press the reset button.
Yeah. Oh, that's better. Squared him right up there.
Full face of the bat. But again, much better from Hoey, I think.
Yeah,
Breeze has dropped again for a minute. It's very sort of strange, the wind today.
Another good delivery there. Batsman decided just to defend that one off. No chance of any runs. It's a good comeback by Gavin Hoey. Not that he was, conceding singles is a bad thing, but seems to have he's just floated that one up a bit, trying to entice the batsman. And the batsman does get that past the boundary rider, and it goes to 4. Good effort there by Joe Pendergast to try and cut that off, but unfortunately just out of reach. So it's 13 down, 2 wickets, 55 on the board.
All that gap in runs growing a little bit now. Pembroke at the same stage, 41 without loss. Balbriggan now 65 for 2. Paul Lawson to continue from the nursery end.
Just drops that at his feet almost and goes out square, but no run.
Yeah, I play that shot. It actually lands at my feet. Oh, it's a big effort. But Dara Cosgrave is underneath it, takes the catch, and that's the end of Dylan Lewis. And he's gone. Well, he did a good job opening.
Don't the kids love it?
Yeah. He got 27, and that is Dara Cosgrave's second catch.
Just went for the big swing there. Thought he had it in his arc. Just got the top edge, and just the simplest of catches there. I guess deep square, or no, sorry, 45 degree angle square, and taken very easily by Dara Cosgrave. Great breakthrough there.
Yeah, well, it's what Pembroke needed, and that's a big help for them now.
Here we go. Here's the replay. Sort of went for it.
And it just screwed off his bat.
And he didn't even, he was walking before it was even taken. He just knew that was, oh my goodness, what have I done?
Yeah, touch the Michael Clarks about that.
Yeah.
However, Pembroke won't mind, with Dara making certain of the catch. My goodness, what a difference it makes when a side holds its catches.
Yeah, wouldn't know. But anyway, I've heard it's pretty effective.
He didn't even wait to see the catch be taken.
Yeah, he was off.
I tell you, if he dropped it, he'd have been run out anyway.
No, but it was such a high, loopy, gentle sort of top edge. I think it'd have to be quite outstanding for that to be dropped. But anyway, it wasn't. So a very solid partnership now.
Well, their partnerships so far have been 15, 27. If the gods doing their best to help Paul Lawson here.
Yeah,
hold
absolutely.
the ball up for him. Of course. Well, that's a super piece.
It's hit with some pace. Paul Lawson. Oh.
Ford, the Balbriggan captain, against a lightning player. Himself and De Freitas now, backbone of this inning.
See this home.
Well, let's see how they deal with Gavin Hoey now. Again, a bit short. He's round on those very quickly. He sees how short they are almost immediately and pounces on them.
He's got a great eye. Just having a bit of trouble getting it out of the middle.
Now,
But he's keeping it down.
now we see Greg Ford.
Got a change in the field now.
Saw him down at the Interprovincial Festival in the Mardyke. Did I tell you about that trip? Just a few times, I feel.
Yeah. Were there any bees involved? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I named them individually.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Okay, so they brought up third man into more of a deep backward point or something.
It's certainly an aggressive field
Yes.
for Greg Ford when he first
Oh.
comes in.
Just taps it back to the bowler there.
Well, didn't do so convincingly, though.
No,
did
he looked like he was a bit relieved he got away with that. That's a good length.
Well,
Defended well.
just say hi to Kieran Volker. I suspect is watching in Minnesota at the moment.
So where are they going to put the KV stand, you
Well,
think? Down by the gate down there, or maybe
Can't-
at this
it
end?
Can't be too far away from
Yeah.
the bar, that's
Yeah.
for sure. Here they're going to name one of the ends at Edgbaston after the beautiful batsman that was England's number 5 for so many years. Sometimes that the only bright spot in those England teams was Ian Bell.
Yeah, he was pretty special.
They're thinking of naming one of the ends after him.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
Greg Ford just whacking that one onto his foot, and he does it without a second thought or anything. Me, I'd be jumping up and down now, rubbing my foot and almost crying.
At least walking around for a bit longer,
Yeah.
you know. Tried to wind that one up and just didn't get onto it. Bit of frustration building here. He mustn't let that get to him.
This time he goes with a powerful shot down the offside. He's going to be looking for 2, and they're going to try and take 2, and they will get 2. Well, that's good running from Balbriggan. Another over gone. 15 overs done now. The score 62 for 3. And again, Pembroke a little bit behind, 14 runs behind at the same stage, almost a run and over. But that run rate's come at a cost. 3 wickets down.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to, these two batsmen haven't really found their rhythm yet. It's a difficult time when you've got some wickets down that you're trying to move the score along so you don't get bogged down, but you've got to be so careful not to give your own wicket away. That's that real...
It's that trade-off, isn't it?
Isn't it? Absolutely. But it's a long way to go. So these guys can last, another couple of overs, and it's given a wide, a bit loose there by Paul Lawson. One more to the total. Yeah, they can just survive another couple of overs. It just makes it a little bit easier.
Start getting the speed.
Oh, that was beautiful. What a comeback.
Start getting the speed of the pitch, the bounce of the wicket, and etc. And suddenly the ball looks a little bit bigger the more time you spend in the middle.
Absolutely. And even if you do change your bowler, it's a little bit easier to adjust. It's played nicely. Just out to the covers. No run. What's Paul going to do now, you think? Well, he's drifting a little bit on the legs. The result to be played away to the boundary right in the deep. Just the one single though. One single, one run. How many singles can you have?
You could run 2 singles.
Just sounds weird, one single, yeah.
Lawson to the right-handed Greg Ford now. Gone to back over the wicket.
Thinks about a singles, taken, sent back by his partner. Probably well.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Don't want anything in it. Ford's not a super tall man, but he's got a bit of height there, and you think that once he finds his groove, you can see some fireworks potentially coming from his bat. Oh, thought he was going to hit that straight back to Paul there for a second. There you go.
Well, those long arms helped him there. He was onto the full toss almost immediately and powered it back past Lawson. Nobody fielding behind the bowler. Crashed into the bushes. And 4 more runs onto the total. And Balbriggan, well, they're on 69 for 3 now, James.
Giggity, yeah. Oh, winds up again. Straight.
Hoey again with some nice fielding in the ring. Standard of ground fielding here is very high on the first 11.
I didn't even see that one for a minute there. Yeah, just.
Well, cut away on the offside. Again, Joe Prendergast this time.
There's a strong ring of fielders there, isn't there?
There is. And that's the end of the over. 69 for 3 after 16. Yes, when the Pembroke score reached 69 in the first innings, I started with, and it's 69 for none. Good morning, James.
Well, that's going to come back to haunt me, isn't it?
I was really hoping that you were watching. And
no, I was watching the Ashes at that stage. I think I was watching the telecast here with the sound off. So I was trying to,
So I think that's the way most people watch this telecast. Hoey to continue. Squirts off the bat. They go for the single. Ford takes a quick single.
Good calling.
Yeah, I think Ford feeling the need to get down to the striker's end. Last thing he wants to see.
Got some, have we? Anyway, just making a few adjustments here to Davanari's field. He's just dropped a deep long off back to the boundary. Exciting stuff in the middle. Good battles.
Oh, it's a close, tight game. You wouldn't want to call it at this stage.
Oh no, I think that'd be very brave. Or silly.
Now, if Pembroke could get rid of Ford, it would be a big dent in the Balbriggan reply.
Big stretch forward, just plays that way defensively. No run. Again, got to be careful here not to get frustrated if you're a batsman.
Well, Gavin Hoey obviously reckons that Ford is going to take him on now. He's sent deep point out, and he has sent mid off down to long off, or long on.
Long on, I should say. And anyway, just
And then he just plays it around the square leg for a single.
Well, he would be happy with that anyway, as opposed to trying to, maybe conceding a boundary.
Oh, yeah.
So she's good play by both bowler and batter. They brought the field back in now for the other batsman.
Well, it's an enthralling contest, and it's a contest that has now brought a crowd down to Sydney Parade for the conclusion of this game. I'd say there's a good 3, maybe even 4 dozen people there enjoying the free Pems that the President has provided today.
Which begs the question, why haven't we got a jug?
No jug sent down to the commentary team as yet.
All donations are welcome. Anyway.
71 for 3 of 17. Great. There is one of the free Pems. Nice. Well, yes, I saw that as well, Niall. I heard your ooh, and I had the same reaction to you, and yes. Clear cut. That's definitely 5 penalty runs if the umpire deems it so.
Yeah.
Dummying the throw.
Not going to say anything. Yeah, but reverse sweep and very effective.
Lovely shot. He was onto that so quickly to Freitas. He powered it away. There's no fielder in that quadrant. And as a result, that is a very easy but very nice 4 runs.
Oh, yeah. We got that out of the middle of the bar. And make him feel a bit more confident. Paul hasn't adjusted the field, and quite rightly so. He actually hoped that he might get a top edge next time he tries that. Anyway, just puts it down to mid-on. No run. You've mentioned many a times the stand of the fielding, and it's incredibly high. It's very difficult to pierce these ringer fielders on both sides.
Well, there's no fear in diving around, that's for sure. Well, he's gone big, he's gone long, and there's no fielder that's going to catch that. It comes off the roof, it nearly hits the new extension. It's bounced into their garden, and that will be another ball out of the changing rooms. Well, that was a magnificent 6.
Oh, yeah, great use of the feet. Charged it down, got to the pitch of the ball, a big swing through, and great connection, and it was gone. Beautiful stuff. Is that the first 6 of the innings? There we go. That's yeah. It's incriminating evidence. Let's look at the 6.
That's a lovely 4, that one. The reverse swing.
Yeah, it was nice.
But this, he's picked it early, he's gone after it, and it just goes on and
straight over the bowler's head.
Well, the bowler's head dropped as soon as he saw what the batsman was doing with it. Well, those were some wonderful shots.
But the Freitas is obviously thinking, okay, this is the bowler we have to target. The not seeing it so well with Gavin Hoey, but we're going to take on Paul Lawson. So far, so good from their point of view. So just Paul needs to hold his nerve here. They've found a substitute ball. Apparently the neighbours aren't in. Good over for Balbriggan so far. Well, anything can happen, but just cuts that out. No run.
Well, another over clicks by. 18 gone now. 82. The new roof on the Park Lane houses.
You have to think that's pretty strong glass up there. You know, if you were
if you're building there, you'd want to.
Triple, quadruple glazed. Yeah.
Oh.
Bulletproofed.
Well, the one that JJ smashed a couple of weeks ago has been fixed now from the looks of it. He put one through the front pane of glass of double glazing. Always a fun thing to get replaced. I'm sure the club had to pony up the money for that, but wouldn't have minded. That was part of JJ's 156 against Cork County in the championship.
Well, to Yorker length there and got of the way, just the one run.
Well, these two starting to put together a bit of a partnership now. 24 for them now.
It's like Ford's decided, what's been decided for him by his partner to be almost like the junior partner now. Just cuts it to point, no run.
Fiacre Tucker making the stop there. Great to see Fiacre back on the field.
Yeah.
Back in Pembroke colours.
After a couple of years away.
Well, I know he was in Canadian land.
Yep. Oh, it's a bit short there. Just dragged it down. Played it on the carpet. Want to go for two.
Good throw in. Couldn't prevent the second run, but still good fielding from the outfield.
Do you think now it's a time to maybe have a change of bowling? They're starting to rotate the strike quite comfortably.
Well,
depends what options he's got, I guess.
Well, we've yet to see Joe Prendergast. Maybe that is the way to go now.
Yeah, nothing against the bowling attack at the moment, but just
to shake it up.
Just to shake it up, that's all. Just to keep them guessing.
Yeah, Kathy Murphy on the ground. Played away on the offside. Fiacre Tucker again doing the fielding from his knees.
It's pretty good over from Gav so far. He's just conceded 3.
Well, I think Pembroke would like to see another wicket, that's for sure.
Oh, that's good fielding. Again, played away to cover there, no run. It's a good tight over there by Gavin Hoey. Is Paul going to continue? I think he is. Well, I can't see why you'd take him off. I mean, he's only had the one over that was expensive. He has got a wicket. As we hear the bells in the background.
6 o'clock, I assume. Calling the faithful to their knees.
Ouch.
4 overs, 1 for 23 for Lawson.
Oh, that's way too short.
Wanted, it's certainly not what Pembroke wanted. And you know, Greg Ford is starting to see the ball and see the ball well.
Yeah, I'd have to think, unless he gets a wicket, this might be Paul's last over for a while. He didn't seem to hit that hard.
No. See it here now. Just opens up the front leg, gives himself time, space, and just, well, that could have gone anywhere from the sight screen to the Willfield Road gate. He wasn't really in control of the shot, but got enough of it, and he goes again.
Yeah, you have to think you've got to at least drop someone back.
Well, that's 2 6s now, and this is making a big difference to the total.
Yeah, Pembroke have gone very quiet in the field. You can feel that the momentum is slipping out of their grasp in favour of Balbriggan.
That last wicket fell in the 14th over. It's time for another one, that's for sure. That's what Pembroke are thinking. Theo Lawson again takes to the turf. Stops it getting past him. Gets 2 hands down to it.
It's another run for Balbriggan. It's out. The left-hander on strike.
As you see, batsmen chop those onto their own stumps.
Yeah, it got onto him a bit faster than he obviously thought. No run. Oh, that's a better line by Paul. It's played down to mid-off.
Bringing the batsman forward to the ball.
We floated it up there, hoping he might have gone for it, but he's played it back defensively.
Leaves his skipper, Greg Ford, on strike. And
not a good over for Balbriggan. As a captain, would you be saying thanks for now, Paul? Or
20 overs gone. Pembroke had reached 68. Now we see Balbriggan on 98 for 3. 30 more runs, but those 3 wickets down. If Pembroke could just take another 2 quick wickets, they'd really feel back in this game now. Just 5 overs to Drinks. It'll be Gavin Hoey to continue from the nursery end.
yeah, you need that belief, don't you? Like, just keep working hard. The wicket's going to come. These batsmen are prepared to play their shots. So you hope that one might screw off the side, off the edge again, miss time, something, get stumped, anything. But yeah, they need to get a breakthrough pretty quickly, otherwise you can feel like this is starting to slip out of Pembroke's control. Oh, too short.
Short, pulled out to Cal corner. There's nobody out there. It's going to be 2 bounce, 3 bounces before Kathy Murphy does the fielding against the fence. That's not quite the start that Hoey wanted. As I say, I get the feeling Ford now feels that he's done his time, played himself in.
Yeah, we've seen it very well now.
He had a good day yesterday with the bat. It looks like it's going to happen for him again today.
It's a better ball. Just worked it off the legs for a single. Gets him off strike. Yeah, it doesn't look like these batsmen don't look like they're in the same sort of trouble they were 4 or 5 overs ago. They look a bit more settled and controlled.
And it's, I think it is time that we saw bowler number 5 as well.
No, you're right. I think it's time to make a change just to keep them guessing. New lines and new lengths.
Well, Gavin Hoey going around the wicket with his leg spinners to the left-hander.
There's another earthquake at City Parade.
Well, let's see what happens with this ball before we go anywhere else. Plays away on the offside.
Well fielded, tight fielding there. No run.
Three.
That's better by Gavin. Good line.
I think he's attacking the stumps more now. I think this line is cramping the batsman a bit more. And I feel like this batsman likes being able to free his arms. There it is.
That's
He's
a catch.
popped it up and it's
yes,
a catch.
That's what they wanted. That's what they desperately needed, and that's what Balbriggan desperately didn't need.
Well, that's 103 for 4 now, and that was a good partnership of 44.
Oh, they were looking very, very solid and very good there. He just saw it in his arc. Probably if he had have actually played through a bit or just hit it harder, obviously he might have got past about the fielder there at mid-on. But no, it wasn't to be. He just popped it up. It was a very comfortable catch in the end.
There it is, just lifted. It's straight to the man, and once again a batsman leaves his crease without waiting for the catch to be completed. 4 down.
Gets in position nicely. Hands up.
4 down, 103 on the board. They still need 134. There's plenty of time to get them, that's for sure. But now, in the 21st over, the 4th wicket has fallen. And although they're, well, 18 ahead on runs at the same stage, Pembroke had not lost a wicket. And Balbriggan are now 4 down. If there could be one more down before drinks, it will make it very interesting.
Well, you know, that's going to have to be a captain's innings, isn't it? As we see that the good ship SS Pembroke is lolling to the...
It's got to go a mile further.
Okay. I'll get some adjustment here to the pitches. Yeah, people are just passing out in their living rooms and turning green.
Well, that's nearly as good as it gets.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Well, that's played away on the offside, off the mark with the first ball faced. This Matthew Pollard, he opened the bowling earlier. I apologise if I've been mispronouncing his name. Took it down wrong first thing this morning. So that's 21 overs gone. 104 for 4. And that makes it quite interesting now. Not in a Stephen Fry sort of way, but
No.
quite interesting nevertheless.
Well, they're going to continue with Paul Lawson.
New batsman facing him now.
They've put protection in the deep.
Has that man down at Con's Nook.
Yep. He's a big boy, so you think that he could, if he gets onto it, could go anywhere.
If he hits it, it stays hit.
Certainly would be. Anyway, just adjusting the field now, bringing someone more onto the leg side.
Leaving
Sort of
the
a-
third man well open.
Yeah. It's played out to the onside and to the covers and well fielded for no run. It's a very good ring there of fielders. There's no one here at third man.
That's one. Well, yeah, he's trying to lift it to point, but not quite enough. You get the feeling his shot is down to the CRM signs, CJK signs at Willfield Road Gate.
Oh, well fielded. Hit straight back to the bowler who fields his own ball. Good back in there by Pembroke in the deep. I'm just waiting for the big front foot hoik. It's going to stay
That's
hit.
what it seems like anyway.
Here we go. Oh, no.
Nicely played out on the offside. Slight misfield. Zach Micklewhite unable to pick up cleanly. Lets them through for the single. But Paul Lawson won't mind that either.
Just pushing some players back into deep positions now for forward. Deep cover or boundary rider.
Well, this time, Paul Lawson again doing his own fielding.
It's almost like he dropped that one short, hoping that he's going to go for the big hit.
Certainly tempting him, wasn't he? And they have that man out at Cow precisely for that shot.
Full toss.
And it'll be a dot ball as well, and that will end the over. That's 22 overs gone now, 105 on the board.
A lot better over there by Lawson.
So you keep him on for one more? Get you through the
Oh, he
drinks?
gets you through the drinks, I think, yeah. You know, especially with the new batsman at the crease. You know, it's like how much can you contain yourself as a batsman against bowling that you think, oh, this is the one to hit, this is the one to hit big, and put the risk onto them.
Well, I said it about the first innings was how many of the Pembroke batsmen were got out and how many got themselves out.
Yes.
There was no sort of, oh my goodness, that's a jaffer of a ball that's pitched on leg and taken off stick.
Would have taken anyone, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there was none of that. It was mainly catches in the pursuit of runs.
Well defended there, got on the back foot, just played it up to cover. They'd be very keen to get this guy early.
Well, if they can get forward, it really will be a big celebration. He's looking to go big.
Yeah, that's forwards on strike now, I think. Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
But no, you can tell that he just didn't quite middle that like he'd want to. But his intention's obviously very clear. Now they're dropping back for forward. And they bring in...
The way he has struck the ball thus far, you can see why. Theo Lawson coming up from fine leg. Will Ford play the scoop and try and clear Lawson to the clubhouse, the shorter boundary, or will he come out to Cow corner?
Well batted, actually. Quite smart batting there. Just dropped it. Knew there was a big gap.
Just wanting to rotate the strike, just wanting to keep the score ticking over.
Well, it's important that he's there at drinks. You know, he needs to see this in his three, really. As long as his partners don't fall around him too much.
Powered away on the offside. Nobody's going to stop that. It's going to make the boundary. 4 runs all the way. Super shot that from Pollard.
Yeah, just leant back. It's a short ball. Was dragged down and just leant back and played through it nicely. Picked the gap. No one in the deep. Penetrated the ring and got his 4 runs. That'll give him a lot of confidence.
What is becoming plainly obvious now is that if Balbriggan bat 50 overs, they're going to win. And Pembroke need to take 6 wickets.
Yes. Yeah, these guys, you can tell they're big men. They're going to be good strikers at the ball. If they're there in 10 overs, it may just be a bit too little too late. Oh, good comeback there. Did well to get his bat out of the way.
Ford pushed right onto the back foot there, and as James says, he managed to just drop his hands enough, let it go through to the keeper, but fine ball from Hoey. Well, that's another over gone. 23 gone now, and the score is Nelson, 1-1-1 for 4.
No, people can live with that, that's fine.
Well, Lawson to continue. This is over 24.
Yeah, Pembroke are quite happy to keep this attack going, obviously till drinks. Hopefully won't be too expensive. Maybe, I mean, they've got wickets. They've had to buy a few, but...
I don't think they mind paying the price, to be honest with you.
No. But they'd be very hopeful that they get one more before drinks.
12 balls to go before drinks. Maybe less than that, of course. But it won't be any more, except, of course, if drinks aren't ready. Which, let's be honest, is a common enough problem.
Oh, cracks it away there, just a bit short. But it's cuts it away down to the boundary, but it's a boundary rider there, just the 1 run. They're onto anything short quite quickly. What's his new batsman's name again? Good tight fielding there. Just played away on the onside.
Just down.
No runs. Paul Lawson again. Flights it up. Oh, just gets past. There's no real mid-on down there. Just a long on, so he just gets a single. Brings forward back onto the strike.
Well, drinks now just round the corner.
Oh, well fielded. Drags it down, no run. Cleaned up by his fielder. I think these guys would be happy just to see him off the drinks. And then gives them 25 overs to instigate a plan. Oh, fight up. Oh, they get one more. Just past the fielder there. Gallant dive, but just not enough. So just happy to rotate the strike. One more over down.
Yep. So with 1 over before drinks, just remember, please like and subscribe to Pembroke Live on YouTube. 560 odd subscribers at the moment.
Nice.
Higher than that. And look, perhaps it's 657. That could be the number I saw.
Or maybe they can, yeah. Or maybe someone can actually send us in the figure. They win some Schweppes lemonade.
Like and subscribe.
Okay, guys, change of bowling here. We're going to get Fiakutaka for 1 over before drinks. Interesting move. Probably not a bad move, actually.
Well, again, it's about throwing up a different problem to the batsman. Deciding to stick with spin with Fiakutaka when it could have been the seam attack of Joe Prendergast.
Yeah.
But this is interesting. It'll be interesting to see how Balbriggan approach this over.
They've bought the long mid-on. They were thinking about bringing him down to long on, but they brought him onto the circle.
Well, the batsman very aware now that they're just 5 balls through to the tea break, to the drinks break. Tea is a drink, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, you think that he's just going to defend these, just keep them out.
The last thing you want to do, just as Pembroke did really, is lose a wicket in the last over before drinks.
Oh, he went for it. A bit too short, but there's a protection down there.
Joe Prendergast is the one. And that will give Fiakutaka a couple of deliveries at Matthew Pollard. Bowled very well in the first innings. Opened the innings with his first spell of 0 for 15 from 6 overs, and it really set the tone for them. This one squirts off the side of his bat. Prendergast runs the 30 yards in.
It's a bigger
into the keeper. 2 to go in the over.
Big sigh there from the bowler. He thought he had it through. Now, really important here from Balbriggan's point of view, not to do anything rash. Pembroke are just hoping that he can find that gap. Oh, he almost
nearly paid off for Pembroke there.
Oh, Joe, magnificent fielding. Sorry, not Joe.
Gavin Hoey.
Gavin Hoey.
With magnificent work to save runs there, and that so nearly paid off for Pembroke. Only just clearing the fielder inside the ring, and it got away, and it looked like it for all money that it was going to reach the boundary. It was trotting along, but then in came the steaming Gavin Hoey, and he did some great work. And they do it again. Oh, just gets past the outstretched hand, and again Hoey saves the runs.
Brilliant there, athletic fielding.
Well, that's drinks, and it's the last two balls showing that Gavin Hoey, today wearing his little tail, tail hanging from the back.
That's really thrown your body on the line for that previous save.
No, it was superb stuff. So at drinks, Malahide find themselves 119 for 5. The run rate isn't a problem for them. The amount, for 4, sorry, for 4. The run rate isn't the problem, but it's those 4 wickets that Pembroke will hope to convert to more. And we'll join you again in about 5 minutes.
Why would you risk it? I mean,
2 balls in a row as well.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you got away with it, fine, but slightly skewed. That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. I felt sore for him.
Yeah. I could almost taste the sulfidine.
Yeah, like this one here. Only just got out of reach of the fielder, which you can't see, but here you go. Look at this one. Only just got out of his reach. He was He was 1 step over. He would have got that.
Of another.
Yeah. My goodness.
Gavin Hoey chiding up again.
We might be heading off, okay?
Okay.
Cool.
When?
Now, is that all right?
Sure.
You've got to get back with dinner tonight, sort of thing. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Father's Day stuff.
Say good night.
Good night, all.
James making the most of his Father's Day time. And we'll join you again in a minute.
No, I didn't get around. Sorry, I got to run out. I did not get around. Oh, that's all right. I apologize. No, I got to play. One very hard drive. That did not make it. All out for 100.
Aaron, you would have matched that with an all bar. Yeah.
I knew he would get a bit like sure what to talk about when he was trying the other stuff. Is that going to right or is it anyway, that's fine. Go, mate. See you later.
I'm in the exact same place. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I haven't moved on yet.
You're not alone. I thought about it all.
Not really yet.
I'm there with you. You're not alone.
Anyway, conversations up here.
Now you need to use
Now, after the departure of James Cresswell, returning to family duties, I'm delighted to say, joining me in the box, Charlie. How are you this afternoon, Charlie?
Good afternoon. Happy Father's Day to all.
It's in the air. Oh, and he's put it down. Oh, that's a big, big error. He got there, got his hands to it, but it hit the turf. And my goodness, that is disappointing. Whew. Oh, yeah, sorry. That one's slightly delayed. Okay. That's Niall plugged into actual broadcast. Yeah, Charlie. Well. First ball after drinks, and it's hiked up to long on. And that could be a big moment in this game. Charlie, I'll let you do the play-by-play and I'll fill in the gaps, as they say.
Sure. Pendergast delivers. It's tapped to the offside. Fielder fields it. It's just in for one. Got to get up to speed with this game here. New scoreboard system today?
Different one.
Yeah.
This is a Cricket Island competition, and as such, Cricket Island use a different scoring program called NV Play. It's the same one as they use in the Northern Cricket Union and the Northwest Cricket Union. Leinster, I believe, are the only ones who actually do use cricket clubs, which we find far easier for displaying information. Jerry Prendergast, he would have thought all his Christmases had come at once when the first ball back after drinks was hiked in the air, down to long on.
So that'll conclude Pendergast's effort. First over after drinks. The sun is peeking through a bit of the haze here. It's a real classic Irish summer's evening. Bit of chill in the air. And cricket on your screens.
Well, it's certainly not out on the veranda sipping your third bottle of wine weather, is it?
No.
Not without at least two hoodies on.
Or your mint julep or your hurricane or whatever it happens to be.
So, Pembroke in desperate search of wickets. Fiacre to continue now.
That one's tapped to the onside. No run. Tucker flips the ball in his hand, makes quick work of it, and deals. That one's tapped past the first line of defense, picked up by the boundary rider, in for one. Yeah, that drop catch will be weighing on minds here. It's exactly what you'd want after drinks, but we'll look for a recovery here, third delivery. Takes a step back, pulls that. Fielder's there, back in quickly for one.
Joe Prendergast doing a bit of work on the fence there.
Yeah, this team of Prendergast and Hoey on the short boundary along the brown picket fence here has saved their share of runs just in the last few overs. That one's just tapped just out of the outstretched hands of the bowler and past him for one. Fielder's working hard in this close-fought competition.
One thing we did say earlier on was what top quality the ground fielding has been. Obviously, it was before that drop catch, but it's still been of a high standard in general.
Next delivery is tapped off the pads. Keeping the pressure on this over, but with the rate in Balbriggan's favor, they can afford to be patient here. That one's tapped to cover. And that'll wrap up this over. As we tick along, you know, you have to wonder more of these just kind of overs that pass by.
Excuse me. Use the other net.
As the time goes by, Balbriggan will be happy with the run rate in their favor and just keep ticking things along, keep things moving.
Well, that's all they need to do now. Run rate isn't really a problem.
And that'll bring the big batter, Pollard, back on strike. Pollard, don't know if he's a relation to the West Indian white ball international. Similar size. That one's tapped right back to Prendergast, who scoops it right up off the ground.
Well, that one only bounced a few inches in front of the outstretched Prendergast hands. He nearly got there. Well, again, wasn't really a chance, but Prendergast tried to make it one.
Second delivery is cut. And another clean field right on the inside. Quickly back in. 2 deliveries, 2 dots. Prendergast with the ball back in his hands, collects himself, prepares for the next delivery. Slower ball. Oh, that one's up and over the outstretched hand of the fielder, and that's going to roll for 4. Prendergast stands at the wicket with his hands on top of his head.
Well, Zach Mickle right there. Outstretched hand, couldn't quite get to it. And it ran away for 4. But Prendergast is creating opportunities. It's just a shame that Pembroke haven't been able to take either one of them so far.
Shorter delivery. That one's tapped to cover. Prendergast making quick work. Here's the replay here. You can see it scooped over. Didn't have much of a chance, the fielder did. Tracks back, reaches up with that left hand, isn't able to pull it back in. A few adjustments to the field here. Batter taps in, Prendergast runs in and delivers. That one's tapped to the offside for 1.
Gone a bit quiet along the wall now. Pembroke need a wicket.
Yeah, a wicket will certainly change the complexion of what's happening here as Prendergast runs in for his last delivery. That one's stroked to the offside. We have a fielder running for it. Cuts it off for the boundary. Just for 1.
Paul Lawson doing the fielding there. And Greg Ford, well, he's providing the captain's innings that Balbriggan need. And at the moment, he's guiding their ship into calmer waters. And after 27 overs, and 28 overs, the score has moved on. Oh, 31 for 4.
So what do you mean by captain's innings? That's a new term to
Leading
me.
by example.
Ah, right. Okay.
He's the guy, the captain who gets out of the trench first and advances towards the enemy and says, "Follow me."
Sure.
As opposed to the "I'm in charge, you lot go first." So
Tucker's delivery is sliced out to the offside. Oh, they're trying for 2. Here comes the throw, and they're safely home. Did I get the bowler's name right, Craig?
Firkrataga.
Thank you.
American-born asking an English-born how to pronounce Firkra.
The blind leading the blind.
Absolutely.
As that ball dribbles away for no run. Tucker with the ball back in his hands as Pollard digs in, stares down his counterpart. And Tucker deals. That one slapped to the offside. Tucker hits the dirt and stops it. Well defended.
There's nothing so enthusiastic as a bowler fielding off his own bowling. Always like to stop the one that the batsman hits off you.
Tucker strides in, delivers. That one's stroked gently to cover. Pressure building here. Tucker's found some success so far in this over. But time is on Balbriggan's side. Another tap right back to Tucker. Two to come, signals the umpire standing at Tucker's side. As Tucker delivers. That one's tapped off the top of the bat. That one goes to the fielder on the offside. Back in for one.
Well, this is how Pembroke put their innings together. Accumulating runs, taking ones and turning ones into twos. It hasn't been a big bash style IPL innings by either team.
That's a good run saved. Yeah, so slow, steady accumulation.
Absolutely. Balbriggan now 137 for 4 from 29 overs, 21 overs remaining, and they only need 100 runs, so the run rate isn't going to be a problem. However, they have lost 4 wickets. At the same stage, Pembroke were 110 for just the loss of of Dermot Tucker, and we're 110 for 1. So 27 difference in the runs, but 3 wickets difference. And can Pembroke...
That'll bring Joe Pendergast back into the attack. Surveys the field one last time before running up, and he deals. That one's tapped to the offside, safely in the hands of the cover fielder, and back into Pendergast's hands very quickly.
Grand. Why weren't you doing the thirds game on Wednesday? Wednesday.
I was away. I
you-
was literally in the airport for 6 hours. My flight got delayed.
Pendergast's second delivery.
Well, you'll have to do
Similar
it next
outcome.
time.
That's fielded cleanly at mid-off. And back in the hands of Pendergast.
Well, there is a good crowd here now. Bar doing a brisk little Sunday evening business.
That delivery is past Pendergast, but fielded well. Chance for a run-out throw to the keeper.
Had to be a direct hit. And even then, he was probably safe, but the intent was there.
Yeah, it would have taken some throw, but even then, the fielder was safely home.
Joe Prendergast just stretching out his muscle.
Fourth delivery from Prendergast is short, and that's pulled over the head of the fielder. That's running, and that's going to go for 4. So a bit shorter from Pendergast, and it gets put away by Pollard.
Well, that's Greg Ford who put that one away.
Oh.
Swiveled on it very quickly. Put it round behind square. Prendergast not really having the pace to trouble a batsman as good as Greg Ford with the short ball. It has to be a surprise. And that one was just too short. Brings third man up into the circle now.
That one slapped to the offside. Fielder up against the boundary, safely in his hands, collected for 1.
Paul Lawson it is, down there. Listening to the crowd. Another over goes. 143 for 4.
There may be one more delivery here.
Oh, that one a little bit uppish. It was tendency just to be lifted. However, it came down. Pollard keeps it out. Dot ball. Another over gone. And now it's 142 for 4. From 30 overs. Well, they need about 5 and over. And Pembroke needs some wickets. And to that end, they're making a bowling change. And it's Nick Stapleton who's coming back. He took 2 wickets in his first spell. Bowled very well. He got Balbriggan on the back foot. However, now these two have put on 40. And Pembroke need to break this partnership and break it soon. And to that end, they've returned to the professional, the wicket taker extraordinaire.
Stapleton surveys the field, gives a few last-minute directions, a few minor adjustments as cover moves in a little closer, a few steps. And square leg dances around a bit as Stapleton approaches for his first delivery. That's a speedy one. That's blocked back to him for a dot. Stapleton returning to the attack. Hopefully trying to remind Balbriggan of his earlier overs, his earlier 2 wickets.
Well, a repeat of that would be very welcome now. He does have 3 more overs after this one left. It'll be interesting to see how the captain uses it.
It's another dot for Stapleton.
You see, the thing is, the Balbriggan run rate is such that they could, well, even if they just kept Stapleton out with 4 maidens, they're still not going to be too far behind where they want to be.
Yeah, time is on their side at this point. But Pembroke working hard to get the breakthrough, looking for the wicket that'll change that calculus as Stapleton delivers. That one's cut out on the offside for 1. Seen on the hands, kind of just carved away safely into the fielder's hands, but again, the strike is rotated and 1 is on the board for this over. So whenever the pressure builds, 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots is a little bit of relief. That's a better delivery in just that off stump and blocked away.
Well, a bit of encouragement in the field. You get the feeling that Pembroke sensed that this is their chance. If Stapleton can drag them back into this game.
Yeah, if there's a moment, this is it, as Stapleton runs in. That one's pulled. Oh, thought about a run-out chance here on the off-strike batter, but he was safely back. So another dot for Stapleton, but really the goal here is the wicket.
It is. He's not too worried about conceding a few runs if he can knock over one of these 2. Preferably hand, but Pollard is proving quite stubborn as well.
That one's just defended off into the leg side. And that's the over bowled. Good encouragement from his teammates. Just 1 run in that over, or 2? 2, thank you. But like we said, the goal here is the W in that box on the scorecard. And dots and 1s are good, but the wicket would be great.
So Prendergast to continue from the nursery end, just having a quick word. What he wants to do, what he's trying to accomplish. See, Zach Micklewright is also warming up the arms, showing the captain that he's ready to go. If only. If only. Wicket taker extraordinaire, Ryan Hopkins. Carried the Pembroke attack for a number of years. Part of the All-Ireland winning team in 2019.
This team trying to do the same. Prendergast approaches for his first delivery. That's tapped to the offside, safely in the hands of cover, back in the wicketkeeper's hands now. So again, Balbriggan can take their time, which is on their side. They can afford to be patient. You think less pressure on them. And Pembroke working very hard to get that wicket as Prendergast delivers. That one's through the batter. Prendergast threw up his hands, but it didn't seem like the bat was very close to that ball at all. Kind of waved at more than swung.
Joe claiming that the bat was wider than the ball. Well, it doesn't matter. It didn't make contact.
The bouncer comes short, and that's put away by the batter, and that'll run for 4. So he pivoted around on that one, swung back on his right leg, and put it away.
Well, Greg Hand is having a fine weekend. Got runs for his side yesterday as they won in the Premiership. And now he's getting runs again in the All-Ireland Cup just when his side need it. He's just 1 short of a half-century now.
You have to imagine, though, a batter of his accomplishments wouldn't be too worried about sitting on the 49, but you never know. As Prendergast runs in for his next delivery. That one's tapped right back to him. Prendergast throws the ball, and it takes the wicket, but Ford is safely home. Almost like a message of intent trying to be sent by these close Pembroke fielders, trying to remind these Balbriggan batters, anytime, anywhere, we'll do our best to get you. Ford taps his bat and waits for the next delivery. He cuts that one to the offside. That one's through the inner ring, out to the boundary rider, and that'll bring up his half century. As he raises his bat, waves to his teammates, who stand up and applaud for him. Well deserved.
Well, that's what we mean by a captain's knock. Captain's innings. He's led the way. He's shown his teammates how to do it, and he's got a half century on the board. He's patiently built his innings. There's been nothing flashy about it. He's picked up his 1s and 2s. 2 6s and 4 4s. Well, the rest of it's been picked up, running those 22 yards backwards and forwards. And now, after Stapleton's over, he's going to go again.
And this will be his penultimate over, I believe. Is that right?
This could be his... This will be his 8th over. 2 for 27 so far.
So 2 more after this for Stapleton then, right? Did you get 9 or 10 in 15?
10.
10, yeah. Stapleton spins the ball in his hands, begins his run-up, and deals to Ford. That one's through. Ford didn't make much of an offer at it, but dot ball.
150 up for Balbriggan now, and that target of 237 just getting closer and closer. 87 more required now. 87 in 19 overs.
As we await the long division from my broadcast partner on that run
no.
rate.
No.
Stapleton runs in. That one's through the batter again, but no contact on the bat there. Another dot. So more dots, more dots. You imagine that Balbriggan's happy to collect them at this point.
Very much so. If they can see Stapleton off, they'll feel that they have the job, well, nearly done. Yeah. Help yourself, Charlie. That's why they're open in front of you.
I don't know if a Tesco Jelly Baby is quite what I'm looking for at the moment, as Stapleton runs in.
Other Jelly Babies are available.
It's tapped off the very top of the bat for another dot.
The Aldi ones are very nice.
I would say I'm not familiar enough with the overall Jelly Baby selection to know what's a fine Jelly Baby and what's not.
They're a lot softer than jelly beans, which I also like, which are more from your side of the pond.
As Stapleton delivers his 4th. Another dot right back to him. Yeah, is it softer than a gummy bear?
Similar, actually. Similar.
I may have to try it just for the sake of
We have the
intercultural education.
as well as how much sugar goes into making each one up. They're then rolled in sugar just to make sure.
Well, at least here it's probably real sugar. In the United States, it'd probably be high fructose corn syrup as Stapleton runs in and prepares for his 5th delivery, the over. Ooh, that's a Yorker right at the feet of the batter who grinds it out for another dot. Stapleton is doing his best. You have to feel he's reaching into the bag, looking for everything he can to make something happen here. But the patience of these Balbriggan batters are just going to want to stymie him at every turn. Stapleton runs up and delivers. That one's pulled on the leg side. It's running, and the fielders are running after it. Oh, heroic effort by the fielder who gives up the body to try to keep it in. He got a hand over it, but it just dribbled over the top of his hand and over the rope for 4.
Great commitment from Zach Mickle right there. Chased that ball all the way down to the fence, and as you say, through his body without self-concern at it, but couldn't stop the four disappearing away.
Micklewright shakes his left hand, maybe tweaked it a little bit in that maneuver, although you'd imagine that if he had saved the boundary, the pain would have been slightly less, as we see the replay here. Some great camera work from our director. You can see Micklewright give his full effort here in the chase. Oh, and he had a shot. The hand just hit the ground a little bit too soon, but I mean, in slow motion, we can look at it over and over again. All we know is he couldn't have tried any harder than that.
No, full length effort there. And now, change of bowling at the nursery end. It'll be Gavin Hoey.
Hoey with the, would you call that a peach-colored towel in the back of his waistband? Wouldn't call it puce or fuchsia or peach. I'd call it peach.
Delving into the Dulux colour charts.
Well, they're kind of like the colors of the jelly babies in front of me. Maybe his towel might be a little bit dirtier. Hoey spins the ball in his hands and steps forward to deliver.
He's bowled him first ball. Pollard turned on that. He wanted to punch it away to square leg. He missed it with the turn, and it's hit the stumps. And there's a 5th wicket down.
I don't know if our microphones here picked that up, but that was a particular kind of hollow death rattle. You know, no one likes the sound of the woodwork behind them when they're standing at the crease, but that was almost like a little thunk as it just took the top of the bails on the leg side, went all the way around him. Hoey's reaction is overjoyed as the Pembroke field comes together in the middle as they be buoyed by that wicket and look for a new lease on life in these final 15 overs. And you can see it there, just looped around him as he looked to pull that ball.
He thought it was there to be cut away, and then it got between bat and pad, hit it, the leg stump, wicket goes down. Well, that's a 51 partnership he's broken there, and Pembroke really needed that wicket. So 5 more wickets to get for Pembroke, and 83 runs for Balbriggan. 83 for 5. That's eminently possible from both teams' points of view.
Yeah, and however what that means kind of mathematically, WinViz, artificial intelligence, statistics analysis of that, it is a lift that the human beings on this team desperately needed. And Hoey was able to deliver. Our new batter steadies himself. We'll try to find out what we can about him. Hoey delivers his second. It's blocked away back behind on the offside, but collected and thrown in. That's 1 run.
Well, the new batsman, Brian Dunphy, wearing number 37. He's come in at number 7. 5 wickets down now. Number 7 at the crease. Hope, is it returning for Pembroke?
Ford digs in to face Hoey. That was tapped right back to him for no run. So if you're Ford, you're sitting on your 54. Your partnership's been broken. The cruise control you were in has been disrupted, and you have a new partner at the crease. So what is your mindset here to try to give your partner a little bit of time to see the ball?
Just try and stay on strike.
That one's tapped away for him.
At the end of an over, that sort of thing. Just try and let your partner see the bowling. Slowly introduce himself to the game, to the rhythm, to the bounce. Take the pressure off him, really. But you don't want to risk losing your wicket, because otherwise they're going to have 2 new batsmen at the crease, and that may spell trouble for them.
Yeah, so a little bit more pressure back on Ford here, who score of 54 matches the number on the back of his shirt. As he taps his foot, Hoey spins the ball and prepares for his next delivery and stops his run up, and we'll try again.
Well, I don't know if that was because he felt he wasn't ready to release the ball.
Hoey repeats. Off the back leg, that's tapped away to the offside.
Dunphy runs the first one very quickly, looking for a possible second, but the throw comes in from the deep. And that's 34 overs gone now, 16 to go. The score 156 for 5.
With the complexion of this game potentially altered, we'll have to see how these two can find a way to work together and combat this latest breakthrough from Pembroke. But we've been talking about how they needed that. We saw the drop catch just after drinks. The wicket comes a little bit later than they had originally intended. We'll see if it was too late for Pembroke.
9 overs later, that was the problem. Maybe those 9 overs of batting from Pollard make all the difference.
But those 9 overs, they flew by. You know, it'll give you a sense of just the game is taking on a rhythm that is in Balbriggan's favor. The more overs just sail by and tick by without a lot of drama. Balbriggan will gratefully have them. And Pembroke able to create a little drama here. 9 overs after drinks. But we'll see if it can continue. First delivery of this next over is tapped away to cover for no run.
One feels if Balbriggan are to win this, then Greg Ford is going to have to play a very big part in it.
This is Tucker back in the attack, right?
Yes. Yep.
Theodore Tucker delivers his second. That one's stroked.
Well, that's 4 all the way. Nobody's going to stop that except Pooh Sharma, and he's not playing today, so he's the wrong person to have stopping it. So another 4. 160 up now for Balbriggan. And that victory target gets just that little bit closer.
Next delivery. Oh, that's a better one. That one's tapped right back. Scooped up quickly. Want to get this ball right back into the hands of the bowler as quickly as possible. Try to look for the next breakthrough. See the batter kind of lean away and just slash at it and send that racing after the boundary as we see the next delivery. Better delivery that's blocked back. So no matter what happens in the rest of this over, you know, it's mission accomplished for Balbriggan. You know, they've gotten the rate they need from it so far. That one's whacked straight down the ground. And that'll go for 6.
Well, from a Pembroke point of view, it was good to see it in the air, and it shows that Greg Ford feels that now is the time to start collecting his runs. And from a Balbriggan point of view, from a Pembroke point of view, it was in the air.
Yeah, certainly a difference in intent in this over. Maybe Ford thinks now's the time to press the accelerator as he strokes it back to Tucker. So that'll bring to the end of the over, but the damage has been done.
166 for 5 off 35. 15 overs to go.
As we see the replay of that 6 off the 5th delivery in the air and clears the rope by a good 3 to 5 meters.
Just 70 runs required now, but just 5 wickets required by Pembroke. It'll be interesting. Well, thrilling conclusion.
Yeah, these two teams both focused on 2 different numbers. Balbriggan thinking about the runs per over, thinking about their rate, and Pembroke thinking the number 5, how many wickets are required to shut this game down.
His headphones. One's power cord.
Hoey returns. He's wearing sunglasses.
Always does.
Even in this light. Maybe
Well,
they're prescription.
A, they could be prescription. B, they can cut out glare, and you can actually see the ball a lot clearer.
Sure, like shooter's glasses or something.
Yeah, I have that sort of thing. Unfortunately, they're not prescription, and I am.
Hoey deals. That one's tapped right back to the offside for no run. So after bit of excitement there at the end of the last over. Maybe Balbriggan's going to dig in and try to be a little bit more patient against Hoey, who took a wicket in his last over.
Well, Dunphy coming in at number 7.
Dunphy stands, you see his jersey in the rippling wind. Bit of coolness in that wind as Hoey delivers. And that stroked run-out chance here, but he's safely home, even though nearly a direct hit, just off the gloves and into the stumps. But that's another run for Balbriggan.
Brings the captain, Greg Ford, back on strike. And that's the way he wants to see it at the moment.
So let's see if Ford brings the same intent against Hoey as he did in the last over. He awaits Hoey's third delivery. Quick field adjustment here. The offside fielders adjust a little bit. As Hoey delivers. That one's clipped off the feet onto the leg side. 2 fielders in pursuit. They stop it short of the boundary, but not before 2 runs have been earned by Balbriggan. I was just picked up and clipped right off the feet by Ford. And showing his class here, gets his 2.
Well, this is bubbling up into a terrific finale now. Hoey could break through.
Ford rocks onto the back foot and sends it off to the offside, collected by the deep fielder, and it's quickly back in. But again, another 1, and all of these ones and 2s and dribs and drabs, as Balbriggan just slowly inch their way towards the total they need. And you know, you have to imagine, you know, Pembroke are looking for drama, and Balbriggan want the end of this contest to be as boring as possible. Just slow and steady. As Hoey delivers, that's pulled off the leg side. The fielders screaming for it. They're thinking about 2. They're running 2. The throw comes in, and that's well run. Safely home.
McDarragh Cosgrave covering a lot of ground there from cow corners to come and pick that up at square leg. But he did save a couple of runs as well.
Well, that was a good swipe from the new batter. Remind me his name again?
Dunphy.
Dunphy,
Brian
thank
Dunphy.
you. Yeah, Dunphy. Had a good swing at that ball as Hoey deals. Dunphy pulls it again. The fielder has to run back in the other direction, but that's just for 1. So a lot of work being done on that leg side.
He's young. He can do it.
You can still do all the work even if you're old.
Just not as quickly.
Sure, not as quickly. It's the intent and the effort that matters. And that'll bring an end to the over. So we're 172 from after 35 overs.
36.
36, yeah.
What they call an impact player?
There's a bit of a conversation happening here between the captain and the umpire. Umpire with his purple shirt and floppy hat. Bit of a Razzie Erasmus look to him. You see the one finger, there's a pretty stern conversation happening here. How's your lip reading, Craig?
Well, whatever it is, Willie Clark is onto it very quickly. I could turn up the ground mics, but I don't want to.
I think candlesticks always make a nice gift. As the confab continues, you know, we're not lucky enough to have the umpire mics like they do in rugby. That's always really fun to listen to. But you can tell clear as day from the body language that there's some instruction being given. Would this be about fielding restrictions? Number of fielders in versus out? Is that at play here?
No.
A timing issue? Fading light? I don't know.
there's a discussion going on about words spoken, I feel. Well, one thing's for sure, there'll be an umpire's report.
Okay, well, that conversation's been wrapped up. Hopefully has been resolved to everyone's satisfaction as Nick Stapleton... Is that Stapleton? No.
They rarely are to anyone's satisfaction, Charlie. No one ends up happy with that.
Who's the bowler here again, Craig?
This is Fiacre Tucker.
Ah, Tucker. There's so many Tuckers. Then he delivers. He takes a step back and tries to block it, but it gets through him. Good delivery from Tucker. Confused the batter. The temperature is dropping a bit. Still a summer's evening, but there's no direct sun, and that wall's not picking up any heat as Tucker prepares his second delivery. Oh, that was an inside edge. It's running. The fielder's going back for it. It's still running. And will he get there? Yeah, he does stop it, but not before the batters go back and forth twice, 3 times. How many runs was that? Yeah, don't know.
I have no idea, I'll be honest with you. I was too busy watching Theo chasing down the ball.
Yeah. The next delivery. That one's driven into the hand of the fielder.
What a catch! One-handed catch in at mid-wicket. And that's the end of Dunphy. What a catch, Charlie.
Incredible catch. It was running right towards us, and I was expecting to keep describing how it kept going. But the fielder's hand just stopped it. Some kind of, almost like he had a glove or stick him on his hand, but that was an incredible catch of a ball going at a really, really, really incredible rate of speed.
6 down.
Don't try this at home, kids. This is a great catch. Smacked off the bat. So fast, our camera couldn't keep up with it. And here's a better angle.
Wow.
Oh.
Do you get the feeling we're going to see that at the end of season awards night?
Oh, that's a diving stomp off the
That's a super
fingertips.
catch. Well, I'm tempted to say Zach, just because it was the left-handed was so assured, but...
You want me to go again?
Yeah, will you go again?
Yeah, I think that's worth a second look, especially from this angle. You see it coming right towards you and speared.
Celebration is Joe-like, all right?
Yeah, as he just tosses it off.
JP celebration, that's for sure.
Well, that was a real act like you've been before post-catch, been there before post-catch celebration, but that was incredible.
Standing in the middle, yep. It's Stapleton takes a fabulous catch.
As Ford welcomes yet another partner, I mean, Dunphy put his all into that shot, and he was robbed of a result by an amazing bit of fielding there. The next delivery after that amazing catch is just dribbled away. The chatter has resumed from the Pembroke fielders.
It's amazing how a wicket does that, isn't it? It just rejuvenates the whole team. Batteries reloaded, and suddenly this is getting very tense and interesting. Balbriggan still need 52. But they're now 6 wickets down, despite the scoreboard behind me saying 5.
The rest of this over ticks by uneventfully, but really the star of the show there was that amazing catch by the fielder. Let's look at it again, a real-time view.
Real-time view. Bang, got it. Oh, my word. It's like a goalkeeper in a penalty shootout. Just went to his left, put his hand out there, and there was the ball. And that was important for Pembroke. New batsman now, Andrew Darroch. He had a good day in the field, wearing number 23.
So you talked earlier about the impressive fielding that's been on display today, and that catch was no exception.
Well, that was a fabulous catch, and it really has turned this game, well, if not upside down, then certainly it's given it a shake from side to side. Concussion risk.
60 Oscar.
And who's the new bowler here for Pembroke?
This is Paul Lawson. More spin. It's spin that's working for Pembroke at the moment. Balbriggan were just happy to keep Stapleton out. And so Captain Theo Lawson turning to the spinners.
Lawson delivers, and his first one is stroked to the offside for one. That was a interesting captain-on-captain matchup we just had there.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll see another one as this inning progresses. So if you're the new batter, I think job one is to rotate strike just as quickly as you can, because that sense of pressure is now tipping a little bit over the Balbriggan side as Pembroke's been lifted by that brilliant catch and another badly needed wicket. A few field adjustments here as Lawson stares at his counterpart, spins the ball in his hands, steps forward and delivers. That one's tapped and very aggressively run. It's fielded cleanly, but it seemed to be run all the way.
The bowler is brother of the captain.
Okay.
There's two Lawsons on the pitch. This is Paul bowling.
Oh, pardon me.
And Theo is captain and batsman. Well, they take another one and do it quickly. You can sense there's a bit of urgency around the Balbriggan batting now. And there's very quiet Balbriggan supporters on the sideline watching intently now. Is this game going to slip away from them? Are Pembroke going to snatch the victory? It's all happening here in Sydney Parade.
Lawson's next delivery was attempted sweep that just catches what looks like the bottom end of the edge of the bat and dribbles to square leg. Another tap of the bat. We prepare for the next delivery. Lawson deals. That one's driven right back to him. I'd be happy with his resumption, his rejoining of the bowling attack here so far.
He's now sending mid-off back to the fence, back down towards the gate, the garage. Well, it's played out in the offside. JP, Joe Prendergast, the fielder. He fires it back in. Another over gone. 179 for 6.
So Balbriggan have accomplished what they needed to from this over, kind of settle themselves after the excitement of the previous one with that catch and the wicket. Partners have a chat in the center of the crease and resume their positions. So they must be telling themselves they're in the same position that they were. The run rate remains the same. Keep going, keep working. And Pembroke, again, looking to create more drama.
58 required from just 48. Oh no, from a lot more than 48. 72 deliveries.
Tucker's first delivery is tapped back for no run. Yeah, the math remains on Balbriggan's side, but it's not a math contest, and Pembroke is pushing themselves to earn these final breakthroughs. That one's tapped off the back foot, back to Tucker. 2 dots to start this over. Pressure building a little bit on the new batter. Looking to, in the fading light here at Sydney Parade, get his eye in. That's driven, but stopped by Tucker. That was a hard-hit ball who threw his knee right in front of it. Stopped it before it could do any more damage. 3 deliveries, 3 dots.
You sense that Doric, he wants a big hit. Instead, he just pushes it round on the leg side.
Yeah, job done, strike rotated.
Gets his captain back on strike.
And the field adjusts. Fielder in front of us comes deeper. Boundary riders return on the onside.
Still nobody down in cow corner, but the fielder for that one is inside the ring.
Tucker's next delivery is roped past the outstretched arm of the fielder, and that's going to run on for 4.
Well, that's a super shot. Takes the score on to 184.
Yeah, that was a sweet crack off the bat. That'll give Balbriggan a little bit of a lift. Their first boundary since the wicket, as they settle themselves and remind themselves of the math on their side and time's inexorable march as the overs tick on. Tucker delivers. That one's stroked to the offside. Quick throw back in, but the runners are safely home for one. Strike rotated at the end of that over, and that'll keep the big hitting captain Ford on strike for the next over. So these little games within games, these little battles within each over will end up mattering as we just see a replay of that hot shot just past the outstretched hands of the fielder there. That would have been another amazing catch if it had been taken to hand, but it wasn't to be.
It was travelling at some pace. It was either going to stick in the hand or go through a hand. That could have taken out a few bones.
It's enough to make you do a little study of the bones of the hand.
Yes.
There's a lot of bones in there. All of them probably necessary.
And you probably would have had a lot more had that ball hit. One bone becomes two very easily. Well, Captain Theo Lawson finished setting the field, and without wishing to make him sound like he's from a religious order, Brother Paul comes into bowl.
Lawson's first delivery is driven hard to the offside. That was 4 off the bat, 1 bounce and gone. Right into the bar spectator area. Those umbrellas didn't provide any protection. That was another hot shot. Well stroked. So the cracks of the Balbriggan bats are coming back here.
Again, Ford feels the need to take the runs when he can. He doesn't want to watch any more wickets falling down the other end. He wants to get this done and done as early as possible.
Yeah, you have the sense that if the job's going to be done, it's best done by him. Tucker's next delivery is tapped right back to him.
You just know that there is hope in the Pembroke Hearts at the moment. This is the number 8 who's facing. Beautifully flighted by Lawson, nearly sneaking that one in under the bat.
Yeah, that was one where the batter, as we see the replay of the boundary from the previous delivery, but that was one where the batter had to look down to make sure that he had stopped it. That was really well dug out. That's Tucker deals. That one's stroked, but well stopped. Oh, and an attempt thrown at the wicket in one fluid motion from the fielder, but Ford was in his ground.
Sun doing its best to show its presence, but it just can't break through the layer of cloud up there. Might not be cloud, of course, could be smog.
As Tucker delivers. That one's right back to the same fielder, another dot. So that'll bring an end to this over. Damage done with that boundary. And the pressure building again on Pembroke as they're looking for another breakthrough.
190 for 6 now, you see on your screen. Well, Greg Ford, he's gone on to make 80 so far. Andy Durrett providing good company to him. 2 of them now have put on 17 runs, 3 of which have come from the bat of Durrett. Now, another shake of the dice. Fikra Tucker being replaced by Gavin Hoey.
Now, Hoey's previous spell and the wicket he took was from the other end. As the cool wind continues to whip through the ground. We're feeling it here, seated in the broadcast booth. Maybe a little bit of wind might help the flight of Hoey's spin. With the spin of the arms, the umpire signals, I guess, a change in fielding restrictions.
Last 10 overs. I don't know what the regulations are, I'm afraid to say. There are too many different competitions with different regulations.
Well, we see a lot more fielders deep now as Hoey delivers his first bit of pace on that one. That one's tapped to the leg side. 2 fielders converge, and that's a single. So the Pembroke field is set deeper now, but that's not necessarily going to trouble Balbriggan too much, who can count the number of singles required to get to their target.
Well, JJ Garth is in the circle. Prendergast comes up in the circle. Lawson goes over to the offside. Everyone seems to be moving around a little bit.
Hoey spins, begins his run up and deals. That one's through and called wide after a brief appeal from the Pembroke side.
Were they appealing to stop the wide or appealing because they thought it was out?
Yes.
Well.
After that extra, here comes Hoey's extra delivery. That one's tapped to the leg side. Safely collected for no run.
How Pembroke would love for Hoey to get through. 192 now for 6. The total becoming 45 required. Still 4 wickets in hand. It's in the air. It's going to be safe. It's not, you know. It's not. What a catch from Zach Micklewhite. He never gave up on that. He kept going. And what a catch.
Beautiful catch over the shoulder from Micklewhite. Showing off, this is good video for an NFL draft in the future. Looking back over his shoulder, never lost sight of it the whole time. Smooth stride, ran with intent, almost seemed like he knew where the ball over his shoulder was going and got there in time. So we've seen looping balls over the head, tracked down by the Pembroke fielders. We've seen hot shots snagged by a sticky left hand close in. It's these catches that are keeping Pembroke's hope alive as we see the replay. That's popped high and stroked off the bat. As they run with optimism, you see the reaction of Hoey, 2 hands pumped in the air. We're fortunate that so many of these catches have been right in front of us. You see it here. Here's Micklewhite running, tracking it the whole way and safely into his hands and brought to his chest as he throws it in the air and the hat falls off. That's some celebration as you see the fans on the wall stand up and applaud.
Well, that's turned this game now, hasn't it? 192 for 7. Greg Ford is still there. He is a very good player. Plays for the Leinster Lightning on the fringes of the Irish squad, and with every score he's getting in the Premiership and the All-Ireland Cup, he's pushing his claims further and further.
And the cold, hard reality of Balbriggan's math is continuing to run into these amazing catches, these individual efforts made by Pembroke fielders. This is why they play the games, so we can see catches like that. And amazing displays of individual athleticism here on the ground today. As we welcome our new batter, Ford's third partner.
Kasif Ali.
Well, Ali digs in, his knees bent deep as he taps his bat. Hoey takes in his counterpart. A few spins of the hand as he starts his run up and delivers.
3 more wickets now for Pembroke. That's all that's between them and a place in the All-Ireland Bob Kerr semi-finals. And yet, Balbriggan are not a million miles off either.
8 balls versus 3 balls.
The first delivery kind of spun through Ollie as he digs in again and waits for his second. Hold down his end, maybe see out this over so he can bring his captain back up to try to add to the run total. A few adjustments to the Pembroke fielders as...
spreading the field more, giving Ali the single if he wants it. And it'll be interesting to see if he does get something on this, will they take the single?
And that one's blocked right back to the bowler, who gives it a swift kick with his left foot, maybe out of frustration that he wasn't able to tempt the single out of the new batter, who had the long game on his mind. knowing that with the rotation of the strike, his partner, his captain Ford on 81, will be back on strike to face whatever Pembroke can have on offer now. Ford, as the captain of Balbriggan, will know very well every batter on his roster and know when a new partner joins him what they need to do together. As he takes a few taps of the wicket and walks back to his crease.
As I say, it'll be interesting to see how much Ford is willing to pass on of the strike now to his partner. Number 9 in the order, Ali. Lawson to continue from the nursery end. Just making sure of his field.
Yeah, we're paying close attention to the strike rotation at this point. It's wheels within wheels because whoever's going to hold on the other end of the crease for Ford has to be mindful of that as Tucker's first delivery comes in. That one's slapped to the offside. The fielder is running for it. It doesn't quite reach it. It's not kept in. Rattles against the brown picket fence on the short boundary here at Pembroke.
Well, if Balbriggan go on to win this game, you'd have to say Greg Ford will definitely be man of the match. Yeah? That's what I said.
Yeah, Paul Lawson. Lawson's second delivery is
Oh!
driven right back into him. That was nearly an attempt. That would have been a shoestring catch of a hard hit ball right back at him after finishing this delivery. He did well to stop it.
Not only that, but it went on to hit the stumps. And if the batsman had been out of his ground, he'd have been run out. Big cheer from the crowd. They saw what happened, but the batsman was unmoved, which shows again, they're not looking for a quick single if he's not backing up.
Lawson's next delivery, that's a big swing, cut off by a diving fielder. So Pembroke are doing their best here. Contesting, fighting for every possible play on the ground. That next delivery is pulled straight into the hands of the fielder again, another dot.
Well, I think there's 2 balls left in this over. Ford's going to want to take a single from one of them.
That one's cracked to the offside, straight into the hands of the deep fielder. Comes back in, so that strike rotated, and we have to imagine that Mr. Ali's job here back on strike is just to block away so that for the next over, Mr. Ford can return.
Well, you might think it would be worth actually bringing in a couple of tight, close fielders just to give Mr. Ali something to think about and then watch him swing for the fences. He's asked for the sight screen to be moved. Paul Lawson going round the wicket for this delivery. He's going to be spearing this ball into Ali's, well, possibly his leg stump coming across him. I expect Ali, as you say, just to put a foot down the track and block this one.
He doesn't. He strokes at it. That's past the near fielder. It's dribbling away. They're clearly running 2, and 2 they will get. So, defying our expectations, Ali takes a swing and very positive runs for the team and maintains the strategy of his captain coming back on strike for the next over.
Absolutely spot on.
So we may look back on that moment depending on how the next over goes. That was a bit of the roll of the dice, and it worked out for Balbriggan. So that was a very positive play from Ali, and maybe he thought they're not expecting much of me here, and he pounced.
Well, 199 for 7 now. Good 25 runs of where Pembroke were at the same stage. But Pembroke only had 4 wickets down and went all the way down to the 50th over. Will Balbriggan go that far? Well, they need to. 38 runs required now.
And you see the peach towel hanging from the waistband of our bowler is Gavin Hoey. He has removed the glasses, so perhaps they're not prescription. As the light is fading here, maybe looking to sharpen his vision here as he prepares for the next 6 deliveries.
Changing the field. One pair of hands for another.
Hoey spins the ball in his hands, takes the first few steps and deals. That one's dug out by Ford.
Well, that's well done by Gavin Hoey. I'm expecting one to be pulled out to us here. To our right. There's a big space there. Ford will be thinking he can at least take 2 in there without too much risk.
Hoey's second delivery is cut to the offside, straight into the hands of Point for no run. Ford staring intently at Hoey. One tap of the bat, and now another as Hoey takes his time, steps in and delivers. That one stroked down towards us, but on the ground, 2 fielders converge. And that's just a single as that comes quickly back in. And that'll bring Ali back on strike, who showed us he's here to put the bat on the ball, as he did at the final delivery of the last over.
Well, that's good news for Pembroke. Yeah. That might provide opportunities. They only need a couple now.
Fielding change here as Hoey stares down the left-handed batter.
Well, Balbriggan now have reached 200, despite what you see on your screen. And this match is bubbling up into a fine, fine finish. Ali with an unconventional stance. He's going to be looking to pull.
That one gets through him. Quick stumping attempt, but Ali kept his back foot firmly planted.
It wasn't going too far forward, that was for sure.
Well, compared to his partner, Ali doesn't have nearly as long levers. He's much more compact in his stance, and is maybe looking for something closer in as he stares down at his bat on the ground, and Hoey delivers. Again, nearly identical delivery. Same result for a dot.
Would you bring a slip in?
Oh, gosh, I have no idea. You're asking the wrong guy.
Well, he's had a couple that have just gone past that edge. And it may be that anything other than a razor-thin edge is going to go past the keeper.
So pay attention here. This is the final delivery of the over. So let's see what'll happen.
See the field
all pulls out. So Ali's looking for a dot or for 2.
Even numbers.
Yeah, to try to keep his big hitting partner and put him back on strike at the start of the next over. Hoey will keep that in mind as he goose steps in and delivers. And that's a swing and a miss. And that'll bring an end to the over, but a dot is just as good for Balbriggan there as they bring Ford back on strike as the field rotates.
Yep.
So Hoey has bowled his final over.
3 for 40 are his figures. He's done well for Pembroke today.
He's certainly gotten his share of the wickets and brought the drama into this game, defying the math of Balbriggan's run rate. Let's see if Pembroke reaches into the bag and see who comes out to bowl the over after this one.
Well, this one will be bowled by Fiacre Tucker because Paul Lawson has also finished his 10. 1 for 56 for him. But the wicket he picked up was very important at the right time when Pembroke really needed it, and that was Dylan Lewis. He got 27 before McDarragh Cosgrave took the catch.
Now, this is the first time we're seeing Fiacre Tucker from this end. Is that correct?
From the nursery end.
Yes.
Well, that's going to encourage Hand because he'll be looking at that short boundary straight back over the bowler's head. And that's why there are 2 fielders out there. One at either end of the wall, really.
So some final minute adjustments to the field here as Ford surveys it, taps his bat, and Tucker deals. Slower ball. That one's driven to the offside. The cry of 1 up from the fielders, and that's all there will be as a strong throw comes straight on the line to the wicketkeeper. And that'll bring Ali back on strike.
Well, Ford showing trust in his partner now. He's seen Ali face a few balls.
Just 37 required now, based on the scores we're seeing.
Ali try and do it with 6 sixes? I don't think so. I think his captain would go nuts if he hit a 6 now.
You get a good view of Ali on this side of the width of his stance as he taps that bat, gets a very low center of gravity, and just pushes it to the offside for 1 run. So the strike's been rotated again. Another single. And so Balbriggan remaining patient, which is what they should be doing. They have time to work with, less time than they had before. But, you know, you have to imagine Ford will think, okay, give me a partner and we'll bring this home.
He's taken it. He's taken it, and Ford is gone.
That one was just sliced off the edge of this bat, looped right into the diving fielder's hands. He fell to his left, grabbed it, and another one sticks for Pembroke. We'll get another look at that as you see the Pembroke team celebrating in the field. You can see from their reaction how much this means to them and how the fielding and the catching is defying the run rate here and keeping them in this contest.
Well, here's
Here comes
the replay. It's cut away. Ford knows exactly what he's done. As soon as it's in the air, he's got under that, but not as much as he wanted, and it's just looped to the fielder, who has taken a super catch off the ground. No doubt about that one.
Yeah, the fingers were under it all the way, just over the tops of the finely shorn blades of grass here. And Pembroke gather themselves, and Balbriggan gather themselves as well, as we see two new batters striking in, but Ali has not been on strike has not been in for that long, you know, 3, 4, 5 overs, and they're going to be thinking themselves, all right, who's going to bring this home?
Just 2 more wickets for Pembroke now. You can hear the crowd starting to pick up the excitement of this game, as are you online. Wow, this really is turning into a thriller. This could be the best game I've seen this season.
New batter taps his bat. Tucker delivers.
Played away. There's runs there. It could be 2. They go for 2.
There's a chance here.
It's not out. Umpire unmoved. Batsman, well, he got that downward dog at the end, but he got that. 2 more to the score. And now the tension is really ramped up. Just 2 wickets away for Pembroke. But Balbriggan, well, they're only 33 runs from victory. 33 for 2.
This will be a fight to the end. Pembroke fielders are pumped up, excited as they await the next delivery. Slower ball.
Just lets that one go through to the keeper. Again.
Yeah, well, the ball fell out of the keeper's glove there, so
no appeal required. Sammy Arseagull
awaits Tucker's next delivery. Oh, that's bobbled, and there's a question. Pembroke's hands in the air, looking at the umpire. The umpires are both walking in. That was very fast. We're not really sure what happened.
I think.
Now here comes the replay. Oh no, that's the replay of the
Well, he was safely home, but
of the attempted run out.
It's bounced up, and Danny Hogan has taken it.
But what did it hit?
I don't know that it hit anything.
Yeah, it hit neither bat nor pad, and so Danny Hogan takes a fine catch off the dirt. Oh, but that was...
Here we go. This one, I'm sure Niall will slow right down.
But can you see anything? No.
Yes, I can, and it comes off here.
It looks like it came off the thigh pad, the upper thigh.
There was no bat involved.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, having seen that replay.
So the umpires, based on what we're seeing, tough call, made the right call.
The catch was good enough.
Right then. we've got time.
Go on then.
Let's watch the stumps.
If we have another angle here.
Yes.
What are you seeing, Craig?
If Noel shows it again.
Did it hit the wicket but not dislodge the bail?
It hit the wicket and dislodged the bail.
But the bail re-rested?
Watch. No, the bail has just fallen off. There is no bail on there now. But everyone's so busy about watching the catch, nobody saw the bail except one man on the ground, who we shan't name for professional reasons.
Oh my goodness. As if this game needed any more drama as we await the start of the next over. That one's clipped to the leg side for one. So Balbriggan catch a break.
Somebody must have. Oh, I tell you what, somebody's picked up the bail and put it back on, but they thought that the wicketkeeper has knocked it off. And he hasn't. That is incredible. Wait until the lads hear about that. I'm not telling them. Why do you think I didn't name you? But well spotted. Wow. That was impressive. Stapleton now back on. Is this the last throw of the dice for Pembroke?
As this game enters these final overs, it's tighter than the lug nuts on a 57 Chevy. Stapleton's back in. Is this his last over?
No, he's got one more after
One more after this.
So 2 of the final 6, or final 5, 6.
Pembroke smelling blood here, coming back to their strike bowler to try to intimidate the bottom order here of Balbriggan, who have stood tall since the departure of Ford, made some progress towards their goal. Stapleton delivers. That one's tapped away to cover.
Much closer field now. Catches are in place. Still no slip for Stapleton. And you can see Zach Micklewhite, well, he's been warming up, I'd say, for about 18 overs now.
Well, maybe all that warming up has helped him with this catch that was right here in front of us. So keep those arms spinning, son. Great individual efforts from a number of Pembroke fielders as Stapleton approaches for his second delivery.
Played away on the offside. It's going to run down to third. It will be Dermot Tucker down there usually, and he'll keep it just to a single, and that will bring Ali back on strike.
That's a good job by Tucker to cut that off. These two batters didn't even consider 2, which is probably the right call given where the game is at this point.
Oh, there they go, moving again.
Sight screen being moved for the left-hander as Stapleton goes around the wicket.
Let's look how far they want.
Well, let's hope he hits it on the offside.
Let's have a single.
Stapleton approaches as we discuss the camera positioning. That one's cut away, but straight into the hands of Point.
And the batsman and bowler cooperating with our production team, making sure the ball was down the offside, so you at home could see it.
I was on this camera, but it's too ridiculous.
That's not really.
Bit more sun peeking in. A bit high, trying to burn through the haze. A couple of puffs of cloud off to the south as Stapleton runs in the north, excuse me. That one's high and not offered at by the batter.
Far away from taking the edge either, Charlie. And off goes the production team to go and correct that now, bring it back to a more central position.
I think I need to invest in some of Gavin Hoey's prescription sharp lenses, sunglasses, because that's quite far away. As we adjust our camera to try to show you a little bit more of the wicket.
Well, Stapleton now comes in. Oh, another one that nearly took the edge. Ali really wanted to throw the bat at that. Didn't make it, though. Another over gone.
And you can see him kind of practicing quite a big swing there. That's what he wanted. He wanted to slap at it. Didn't quite make contact. And maybe better off for him. He maybe would have caught something and into the hands of the keeper.
5 overs, 31 runs, 2 wickets. This game is well and truly in the balance. Be fear Tucker to continue from the nursery end. Can he weave the spell that takes Pembroke through to the semi-finals of the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup?
As we welcome more of our viewers from across the world and maybe across Ireland, we're inching up towards 3 figures here. And we welcome you all for this exciting finish, the final 5 overs of this Senior Cup quarterfinal. First delivery of this next over. That's driven, heroic effort to try to field it, but it dribbles through. That'll be 1 run.
If anything, over-eagerness there. The 2 Tucker brothers getting in each other's way, really.
I might need some of these jelly babies. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I don't know if I need any more sugar. Yeah.
Steve.
If you're able to come down for the final 5 overs, there's at least 2 dozen jelly babies here for you. Here comes the next delivery. That one's offered
down
at
the corner.
And that dribbles back behind the corner for 1. Every single run matters at this point, and Balbriggan is running aggressively.
30 required now. Well, Pembroke managed to get through a thriller with Brigade in such a similar fashion to this. They just need 2 people to stay there together. If they're there at the end, the chances are they win. Oh, it's very short, but it's very in the air as well. Runs out towards the clubhouse. One hand, pick up, throw, and the wise decision not to take a second.
So just held to 1 run there as we bring Ali, the left-hander, back on strike. The side screen remains firmly in place.
Vivek Singh is the batsman at the non-striker's end.
Thank you for that. Tucker delivers to Ali. That's just blocked right back to him. So it's coming down to Ali and Singh for Balbriggan. Ali is the senior partner in this partnership, but he batted with Ford for quite a while, and he's holding up his end as we await the next delivery. And that was dribbled around the corner, but no run this time.
Well, there was a big swing of the bat at that. He was aiming for the home run, and he ended up getting the bunt to first. No, not yet.
Oh, I'm keeping my eye on it there. The next delivery. That one's offered out.
Danny Hogan keeps a close eye on the foot.
And the batter turns around and keeps a close eye on his own foot as well. You kind of imagine the toe was just barely holding on for dear life on the near side of that line.
209 for 8.
Now are they about to move the side screen?
And we've hit 100 devices connected to this stream. That's historic for this stream. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for turning on your phones. Those of you down the wall, I'm sure. There's a few of you watching replays on that. Probably muted as well, to be honest with you.
No.
And certainly many of you at home and around the world, thank you. Now we go into the final 5 overs of this absolute thriller.
And back comes Stapleton for his final over. 6 deliveries. Can he make a difference here?
4 overs to go.
Singh taps his bat.
28 required.
Waits the delivery from Stapleton. That's a fast one. Bounces up and blocked away to point. Excuse me, to point.
What's getting interesting now, even, with these 2 at the crease, the run rate, 7 and over. Suddenly that might come into the equation.
Yeah, we normally don't like to talk about run rate until it gets to that 6, really that 7 number, as Stapleton runs in for his next delivery. That one hits pad.
And he's
Big
out.
Appeal.
Stapleton gets the LBW, and it's Singh on his way.
Singh walks slowly off, his head down. And you got a feel for him there, too, here in the meaningful deliveries at the end of this closely fought game. That's a tough break, but that's a great delivery from Stapleton.
Well, the last batsman will be Samuel Wilsme. I apologise to him and his family for the pronunciation all day.
We saw from the replay there that the finger went up relatively quickly. Not much of an appeal required. Umpire tracked that all the way. As we see the huddle from Pembroke.
Well, Stapleton was brought back to make the difference, and make the difference he has. 9 down now. It's 1 wicket for Pembroke. It's 28 runs for Balbriggan.
Stapleton gets the ball back from the umpire, and you can see as he walks back to his position, he knows he has 3 deliveries left. Can he end this right here and now?
Well, batsman comes in. How nervous must he be? He's been told to go out there and put on 28 with his number 8. Well, left-handed. Stapleton's going to go around the wicket.
Well, now they're both lefties here. Ollie's a left-hander.
Well, we're sticking with this camera for the moment. It's played out. He looks for the single. It's not there. And our director now going back to try and fix that sight screen camera for you.
Is this new batter also wearing 54?
Yes, this is the real 54.
Okay.
Greg Ford was wearing one of his shirts.
Okay, all right.
It's a big blow to the outfield. Is it going to get to the boundary? No, it's pulled up ahead. They're looking for a third. They get it. And that's good running from Balbriggan. And that target comes down just a little bit more. And now with 3.
That's not what Stapleton was expecting from the lower order batting order here, but they've come to play. They want to finish this game and finish it with a victory for Balbriggan. 1 more delivery to come from Stapleton. Let's see what he can do with it.
Well, they're both left-handers now. Stapleton's last 2 deliveries of the game. Will he need both of them? You can feel the tension on the wall. The babble very quiet as he runs into bowl. It's in the air. Goes out to point, but it's just lifted a little bit. Well, that would have been a fairy tale ending, that's for sure.
Yeah, the atmosphere here is like the old story of the film director who's talking to his sound person, saying, it's supposed to be silent in this scene. How come I can hear birds? And the sound engineer says, it's so quiet you can hear birds. And that's what's going on here. Not a whisper from the crowd. Few words of encouragement from his team as Stapleton prepares for his last delivery.
And that's it. He's in front. And he's given, and it's a famous Pembroke victory. Well, great celebrations for the team. Great celebrations along the wall. You can hear the crowd. Well, Charlie, what did you think to that for an end of a game?
That's as dramatic as it comes. You know, the math was against Pembroke for the last 2 hours, but they battled back, earned their
You did well.
Oh, man.
Mind you, the drawing and the colouring in will still have to go on the fridge. There we go. Magnificent performance from Pembroke. Stapleton comes around. Well, he was just about.
Foreground, a ball drops, and what that was Stapleton's celebration. He threw the ball so high up in the air that he had backpedaled over to point by the time it fell. We'll get another replay here.
Yeah,
the ball hits the. And
then that was fabulous. Do you know? Well, thank you very much to the 107 at least people, devices tuned in. I'm sure a few of them were up and down the wall. I'm sure Graham Mooney was watching at the scorer's tent. But wow, what a game. What a win.
What a treat to be here to share it with you, Craig Sr., the voice of summer, and be a part of this fantastic win. And Balbriggan worked very, very hard in their innings. You know, the captain Ford with a tremendous individual effort to, you know, when the math was on his side, he was very comfortable. They were very relaxed. But as he continued to lose partners and the pressure built on him, Pembroke was able to put the pressure right back with all those late wickets. Great individual displays of athletic prowess, great catches, great bowling. This game had it all, and we are very glad that you shared some of your Father's Day evening with us.
Well, before we go, who would you name as man of the match there?
I don't know if I saw enough of the match to be able to name it, having missed the Pembroke innings.
You'd certainly have to say that J.J. Garth and his 77 at the top of the innings put in a solid base for Pembroke. Greg Ford did really well with 88 in reply for Balbriggan, and I do feel it was his wicket falling when Fikra Tucker induced him to put one into the air that was caught. That was also man of the match worthy. However, for the wickets at the right time, again, Nick Stapleton.
I won't disagree with you on that one.
Well, that's not the right time to call it. Let's see, get it.
Well, Stapleton was the right man at the right time with the ball in hand to stop Balbriggan. But all credit to the Pembroke fielding and other Pembroke bowlers, including Gavin Hoey, who got his share of the wicket haul. As we see some of the highlights from today's game, from sunnier periods. Oh, man, I could use some of that sun now. But now the sun is breaking through. And as we see the pitch being
certainly a lot
leaf
sunnier
blown off.
early on. These wickets the Pembroke innings. That was unfortunate. Just didn't get enough, or got too much elevation, not enough distance. And at this stage, Pembroke were chasing runs after their solid start. And wickets started falling with regularity. They did get to 2, 3, 6. All out in the 50th over. Nice catch.
These highlights deserve a little bit of the IPL slow motion replay music underneath them.
You see. If you put anything that's copyrighted on
yeah, no.
They'll be claiming money off Niall.
As we savor some of these highlights
Well,
from the first innings. Within reach, but slightly out of grasp there.
just couldn't get enough of it. And then Theo Lawson just trying to get some power into that, not quite managing it, and it came off the side of his bat and looped over. Nice simple catch. And then the run out in a real desperate attempt. This time he didn't make it. And then 4. You can hear them in the dressing room now.
What are they singing?
They sing the same song each time. But that's deservedly today. They've done so well. They put up a reasonable total. Their coach at the halfway mark said, oh yes, it was enough. And thus it proved. Well, these are the highlights of the reply, and that was the first wicket, just lifted into square legs' hands. And that was Dower on his way. And it was these early wickets from Stapleton that gave Pembroke hope that they could just keep chipping away. As we hear, I don't know if you can hear on the headphones,
Not really.
but the Muffin Man being sung in the Pembroke dressing room. A relic from years and years ago, that song. A song of joy, anyway. We're now await, of course, the Irish Senior Cup draw.
So who are the two potential opponents for Pembroke here?
3. The Hills are 1.
Ah.
I can know that much.
So this is the first of the quarterfinals to be played, is it? Okay.
No, they're all played today.
Okay.
We're going to go and have a look now through the world.
We continue to watch some more of these highlights of Pembroke in the field. And it's good that we're seeing so many of these highlights of Pembroke in the field. It was this fielding that kept giving them hope against the math as the overs ticked away. And what appeared to be potentially inevitable was proven not to be.
Well, I'm sure they've switched off by now, as many people have. But we were being watched in Zimbabwe by the Irish guys.
Brilliant.
Great to see. Wow, what a game of cricket.
And of course, we wish the Irish team well in Zimbabwe. All the players from all the clubs representing their nation.
And they've watched a thrilling game of cricket here today in Sydney Parade. Well, Paul Lawson saw that one sail over his head. And that was a big, big hit. And that was when Lawson went for 2 sixes in the same over.
And this is when the start of Ford kind of taking over the Balbriggan innings and asserting his will, and really played a fine innings. Went through partner after partner. Kept willing his team forward. As we get into this batch of wickets here, we'll see the difference that was made in the game.
It was the absolute joy of the Pembroke players. You knew that they believed that they could do this. And that belief played off. Again, another one lifted up. It just got over the fielder. And he did it 2 goals in a row. It certainly wasn't short of bravery.
And this was the boundary saved by Hoey.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous work.
And we'll be coming up on some of these really incredible catches that we were admiring in the latter half of these overs.
And again, the very next ball did exactly the same, and this time beat 2 fielders. And again, Hoey round to clean it all up. Then Pollard went big, but not big enough. But got away with it, and we thought that may have been a turning point in the game.
That was right after drinks.
First ball after drinks.
As we see the tale of these Balbriggan innings being told very simply in these pictures of the individual effort of the captain Ford and the collective efforts of the Pembroke fielders.
Now you know how you described that knock, and it was a captain's innings. He really did do his best to drag Balbriggan closer and closer to the finish line.
I'd say more than drag. I mean, he was sailing there for a while, and just kind of ran out of chances.
Ran out of partners, really. That was a great effort by Zach Micklewright. And then finally, Hoey with the first ball of a new spell. Got one through the defences.
Yeah, just right through Pollard.
You can see from the look of his captain wasn't overly impressed with that shot. And these things happen, though. And then some powerful shots played. Found that extra cover boundary on more than one occasion. And another one, big 6 over the end of the net.
Yeah, so these big hits, these big sixes, give you a sense of what Pembroke was up against.
Goodness, that one just came off the bottom of the bat and just missed the stumps. And then this one was just lifted to the fielder.
Now, this was the stick in the hand catch to the left.
Full length dive. One for the action replays at the end of the season.
And tosses it back up easy as you like.
And then that one was just slapped. Lawson into the beer. And then Tucker again. Oh, Hoey picking up another wicket.
Yeah, that was Micklewright's over-the-shoulder catch, which we'll see here.
Chasing after it. I thought the ball got enough on it to get past the fielder, and it hadn't. The advantages of youth, I suppose.
Yeah, and the story of Ford versus the Pembroke fielders continued. This was another near chance that did hit the stumps, but the Ollie was safe in his ground.
Lawson doing very well to get down to that.
Where's the boat?
Now, that one's cut away by Ford, and that's the ball that changed this match. Ford was looking to take Balbriggan to victory, but then he lifted this one up, and it's a super catch well above grass level.
Yeah, no easy catch that. You could see from the reaction just how much that meant to get Ford.
And then Danny Hogan dropping the ball on his way to taking the bails.
There's the boat.
You can see the bail missing so clearly on that shot. Not so much on this one. Just clips the bail. The bail goes up. Danny Hogan knocks the ball up, catches it.
There was so much drama in the catch that people forgot to look for the bail. The first of Stapleton's LBWs in the final over, and then the final delivery here. The finger goes up in slow motion in dramatic form, and Pembroke celebrates a come-from-behind victory, you'd call it.
Well, certainly an underdog's win.
As the ball thrown up in celebration lands, boom, right in the foreground.
Well,
No Pembroke fielder there to catch that. It wasn't necessary. But they made their catches.
A much quieter but content Pembroke now. Groups of players, families, fans around the ground. Well, with that, we're going to leave you now. Thank you very much for sticking with us, and we hope you enjoy today's game. Do you know when the next broadcast is, Niall?
I think it's next Saturday. I don't think there's anything till next Saturday.
No midweek games. No women's cricket. So it could be that it's next Saturday we see you here for, I believe, the 5th.
Are we trying to see some of the results of the other quarterfinals here? That would be good to see.
Cricket Island.
We've all finished.
Up, under A. So, Warringstown have beaten Merion. Pembroke have beaten Balbriggan. Oh my goodness, what a game that was. Leinster managed to get to 93 for 6, which was enough to beat Phoenix's 92. So Leinster and the Hills. What's that? Is it 3 Leinster teams and 1 NCU team.
So Warrington, Pembroke, the Hills, and Leinster are all through to the semifinals of the All-Ireland.
Irish Senior Cup. Arrakis Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup.
18 metres out for the twos to win.
So with that, myself and Charlie, and of course now absent James, thank you very much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed today, and we'll see you again next Saturday. Thank you very much.